Hello, gamers. Welcome back to Midline Propaganda. So, I am going to see... I was testing things out, and I think I might be able to boost the stream up to 1080p. Like, the testing that I've done, it seemed to work without any, the turning into a slideshow. Right, without the slideshow effect kicking in. But, you're gonna have to tell me if it does actually work. We'll see. Unfortunately, that does come with the side effect of, increasing the latency on chat. But that's what I've tried. So, you're gonna have to let me know. Hello, gamers. Yes, indeed. You're gonna have to let me know. That's a lot of P. Indeed. The P is quite high. Yeah, so this is I think, because before I had chat latency really, really low, and that does introduce some issues with the processing in exchange for making it easier to respond to chat quickly. So today I'm going to try with the increased latency, see if we can run 1080p. If we start getting slideshows, then I'll just if it starts stuttering again, I'll just give it up, switch back to normal. But yeah, that's the idea right now. Because I think if we can get 1080p working, I think it's going to be worth it. Now, all the conquest, yes. What you're looking at is not. Well, because in the campaign that we're running for this run, I am planning to use conquests. But the thing is, it's been a while since I've used conquest, and there's been some nerfs to like large missiles. Enemies have gotten more point defense, right? So I was right, and a lot of people are saying like, "Oh, conquests are bad now," and I was like, "Oh no, are conquests bad now? Is this a bad idea?" Got to pop out the chat window to make proper use of that much. Not sure what you mean. Now, let's try moving this a little over to the left. That's good enough. Hello, everyone. Hello, gamers. So, I was worried anyways. I was worried that, maybe the conquest is bad now. Maybe it's a bad idea. The stream's current bitrate is lower. Oh. Huh. Yeah, we might be getting the slideshow effect. Which is odd, because I did like a private test stream, and it seemed to have no issues. But it's now that I'm broadcasting publicly, it's telling me that there's an issue. That's so cool. I love that. It's my favorite feature. All right. I guess I will give up on that. Hell yeah, PowerPoint presentation. Well, you know what? We'll run through the conquest battle. I'm going to show you the battle, and then I'll like drop the stream for a second so that I can change to 720. We'll see. So I just have to move chat on YouTube so the stream takes up more space. Okay. Maybe combine. Well, here's the thing. So people have been saying that they're bad, and then I went and built this fleet, and yeah, they're not bad. Let's have a little fun. So we're just gonna fight this, and then we'll go back to the main campaign. 392%. There's a few alpha cores in there. I think it'll be fine. Man, conquests are fun. They're really fun. You just put the shades to capture the points, avoid order there. The avoid order is actually a godsend for conquest, because what happens is they push the enemy all the way up to their spawn point, but the problem is because they're a broadside ship, they like to circle around the enemy, and then they just drive right up to the enemy spawn and die. So having this avoid porter here is actually, specifically for conquest, kind of a godsend. Now, obviously, in the main campaign, I'm not going to be using an Odyssey, but I think I'll make a video out of this fleet, because it's really fun, and it's also very stealthy. You get like a sensor profile of 90. Let's go. Love piloting conquests. I mean, it is pretty fun, but I do find the Odyssey more fun. Well, at least as far as I can tell, it's not having the slideshow effect, but let me know how it is on the actual end-user experience. Look at this. Oh no, 2 Novas. What am I gonna... Oh no, what am I gonna do? There's 2 Novas attacking my conquest. The Nova definitely is a lot easier to deal with when you have an Odyssey, I will say. Because normally what you would do is if you have pure conquests, right, what you would do is you put an avoid order on the remnant capital ships. How has no one offered you a job on the radio? Because I don't know anyone who works in radio, probably, if I had to guess. I imagine if I did know somebody, then maybe. Or at least people keep telling me that. Do you think it would be able to avoid... Being able to avoid ignore monitors is bad for balance? Not really. I think it's kind of fine. But yeah, so normally what you would do is you would click on these things and hit avoid, and the conquests will like fan out around them, and then the Nova will like chase after them, which kind of isolates it from the rest of the fleet, so then you remove the avoid order and tell all of them to kill it. Because I'm piloting an Odyssey, I don't have to do that, because I can just kill them myself. So, there they go. There's no more... Uh-oh. Here comes a Reaper. Not even close, baby. Oh, did I... Yeah, I deployed the last one. Okay. So, yeah, this is just kind of it. They just kill everything. He owns the radio station. Well, that would be quite the plot twist. In fact, this is so fun that I started, like, a little melody started popping in my head. It's like, you know, I started like a little song. A little ditty, if you will. It ain't scary cause it's made a bitch, ba 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 ba. It ain't scary cause it's made a bitch, ba 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 ba. It ain't scary cause it's made a bitch, ba 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 ba. It ain't scary cause it's made a bitch. Alpha core, alpha core, alpha core, beta core, beta core, beta core, gamma core, gamma core. Gamma core, got no core, cause it's a bitch. I just got that, I just find myself oh, come on, I didn't dodge that. Damn. I thought for sure I could dodge one of those. Well, anyways, that's what pops into my head whenever I'm playing this fleet, because it's just... Bro, what's your health go? Have you tried backing up? Hello? Yeah, so the problem is that even if you give them a... Am I still overloaded? So one of the problems you can run into is that even with a cautious officer, the AI kind of fucks up their positioning with broadside ships. It's just... Unfortunately, it's just one of the things that happens. Because they'll be... It's like, whatever they're targeting, they'll be positioned correctly against, but then they'll just kind of ignore other ships sometimes, and that results in them taking a bunch of extra damage for no reason. But they do so much damage, it's worth it. Came, saw high-tech, day ruined. Good. Good. And the Reaper torpedo, that's when it... Well, it bounces off enemy shields, either because you're firing beyond max range, or because it got hit with some kind of EMP thing that fried its engines. Huh. Jackhammer? Please. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful dodge. 10 out of 10. It's so easy. League run, but where are the bees? Yeah, see, look at these guys. These two want to run up to the enemy spawn point, but they can't. No, don't. Yeah, set them like this. Well, once we kill these things... See, look at this. Broadside ships have no idea how to position. Actually, that's just a problem with the AI in general. It has no idea how to position. Flux management the AI can do, but positioning is god-awful. So how is it? Is it a slideshow? Or are we getting a smooth 1080p? The leak has actually become hard to deal with after they added the dragon fire. Looks fine to me. Pretty smooth for me. Nice song, bitch. May want to release it on SoundCloud or Bandcamp to compensate for the possible demonetization. It's looking perfectly fine. It is fine. Smooth. Okay. We might actually be able to do 1080p then. Brother, just back up. Just back up. Just all you have to do is back up. You're fine. You outrange them. Just don't drive straight forward. Just stop doing that. Maybe I should switch them back to a repair unit. That might be the issue. Maybe their weapons are getting hit with EMP. Because I was using an automated repair unit, and then I switched it to insulated engines for the stealth bonus. That might be wrong. They might actually need the repair unit. So these guys are all the way out here, and now you're alone. Where's the shades? Did one of them... Oh wow, one of them actually died. Well, they have phase anchor, so it didn't really die. It just respawned. Respawned back at base. And by that I mean it did an emergency P-space dive. I mean, I've got all these command points. I should probably be using them. Yes, please come over here and do something instead of not doing anything. I do appreciate that you're staying safe in the corner of the map, but you're also not doing anything, and that sucks. Maybe more void orders. I mean, we're fine. You have to be careful of, so it's like, it's gonna kill this Brilliant, but you better believe the Radiant's gonna spawn in. So let's do that again. Seriously, you have no HP. Let's get you out of here. We don't need you. This battle's over. You've done your part. You can go home. Actually, the thing is, they never run out of ammo, so the expanded missile racks might be is kind of overkill. That's like 30 ordnance points you could get. That's one of the nice things about all these DEMs. Tons of ammo. Yeah, there's definitely more tinkering I could do, but, I mean, considering that this is like 400% bonus XP, I think we're doing pretty good. Oh, did one of them... Oh, one of them did die. Oh. Which one? Because, like, if you've noticed, I usually do about 250% bonus XP, usually, for my videos. So, going up to 390% was kind of showing off. And then, of course, one of them has to find a way to die as soon as I actually go live. Where... It's like, before I go live, they're just crushing it, no problems. And then I go live and one of them finds a way to die. That's what I get for showing off. Well, whatever. It is what it is. Yeah, I guess I'll have you guys retreat. Just get out of there. You can go down here. Yeah, that one got destroyed. Classic. Even the Blurst Triple Paladin Odyssey. Why? Why would you do that? The main issue with broadside ships, in my opinion, is armor consideration. They work fine until they take a few hits. Then they always want to point the side. That's if you... That mostly happens if you have guns on both sides. Right? If you have it just like this side is all guns, and then the off side has the Devastator, it'll only try to flip around if the guns get disabled. Yeah, never underestimate the AI's ability to get itself killed. True. Very true. Yo, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna distract it so the Conquest can come sneaking in for the layup. Although it has no hull, so I have to distract it again. And then here comes the other one, and then I'm just gonna skedaddle. Reaper? Oh man. Reaper? Oh man. I should have used plasma burn. I kind of messed up there. But I lived, so I guess it doesn't matter. It's surprisingly viable with advanced optics. Ooh, a triple Paladin Odyssey. Is that like a support ship? Like, what are you doing with that? Are you trying, or are you not trying? Why are you... How? How are you taking this long? Somehow it circled all the way around them, despite giving a kill command. So it's like if I leave them to their own devices, they'll drive right up to the enemy. But if you give them a kill command, then they'll keep their distance, I guess. How well would you say a budget conquest would sew in your fleet? Budget conquest would... What do you mean by how would a budget conquest do in your fleet? Okay, there we go. Now you kill them. Shooting from behind allies. I mean, I guess. I did it to meme, but somehow it worked. Interesting. Damn. I think that's the worst. I did this fight a couple of times, and this is the worst performance. But anyways, here's the other upside of this fleet. If we turn off the transponder, look at our center profile. They're not gonna find me. Lol. Lamau even. Yeah, I'm not sure what he means by budget conquest. Anyways. That is gonna be the basis for a video. For now, we're gonna have to switch back on second in command and go to the actual game. Let's see. I think I've got everything. Okay. Turn that off. Diable avionics. Got Scalartech, second in command. Yeah, that looks good. Mark 9. Oh, Mark 9 autocannon. Oh, I was just reading it and apparently got deleted. Well, budget weapons don't really do good on the Conquest. That's my opinion on that. It's my experience. Performing in front of the audience made the pilots get nervous. That must be it. Alright, now we can go play a Stan League. Because that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to, well, not exactly that, probably. I think I want to have a little more diversity in my fleet, and we're not going to be having any high-tech ships. Because we're all in on that League propaganda. Let's go, baby. It's time for League. And it's going to be legendary. So, let's get on with it. Yeah, that's right. I wasn't repairing that because degraded life support doesn't matter. We will be dealing with that eventually. Just unloading 50k damage into the enemy within 3 seconds before they have a chance to overflux you. Yes. The Conquest playstyle is just DPS. Just give them your fleet so much DPS that the enemy doesn't really have a chance to do anything. And then if you're doing it from a commander's position, you want to put avoid orders on enemy capital ships so that they don't, or at least on like Novas and Radiants so that they don't get killed by them. And but if you're not, but the alternative is to just deal with them yourself, as I did with the Odyssey there. Conquest is like one of the only ships that can really utilize the Mjolnir cannons. Yeah, Mjolnir does kind of feel like it was made for the Conquest. Is good. Let's see, the Chiton system. Draco. The Draco system. Inactive Gate. Psycho Mantis. Let's see, what was I in the middle of doing? Because oh right, we just finished Scythe of Orion. Luddic majority, okay. Mark 9 equals, yeah, budget conquest, Mark 9, Hellbore as main armament, as many hull mounts as possible, and cheap but decent PD. Yeah, I don't think that that's a good idea. Particularly the Mark 9 is an issue because it has a high recoil, so it can be okay if you put it in a hard point, but if you put it in a turret slot, it's going to miss a lot of its shots. So I don't think it works on the Conquest. Yeah, no, like YouTube is warning me about the bit rate, but nobody said that everyone said it was running smoothly. How odd. How peculiar. It really insists that the bit rate is too low. Wait, what? Hold on, I just increased it. Now it's saying it went down. Yeah, I mean, the Mjolnir used to be, on older versions of the Invictus, it used to be good. Because you could run, like, resistant flux conduits, ordnance expertise, and polarized armor. And you had enough flux capacity that you could fire your full barrage from the main, from like four Mjolnirs could fire their full barrage, and then you could vent. And then, by the time you finish venting, you could do it again. And then the flux stats got nerfed a bit. You can't really do... I guess you could still do that. You just need to invest a lot in capacity. It's just expensive and not clear that it's worth it. Oh, YouTube. What are we gonna do with you? Let's see what happens if I change this. No, it doesn't matter. Okay. Well, whatever. Let's get on with it, lads. Sugandese? Yes, a very important colony. Near and dear to my heart. Close-range conquest works decently well versus a few enemy ships, but the flux capacity is not strong enough to hold for long. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, apparently someone's out there using Storm Needler Conquest with mining blasters in the medium slots. Which is, that just sounds like a recipe for getting it killed. I mean, it already gets itself killed, even when it has range. Yeah, maybe that's kind of a... Maybe it's not that bad, because it does seem like the Conquest loves to... Broadside ships love to just drive right up to the enemy anyways. But, that's kind of like... They definitely work better when you give avoid orders, because then they... It's like the one... Avoid orders like the one way to actually get your ships to go where you want them to. What a Chad. It is a very... It's a very unique build. Speaking of unique builds... What was the next step in my plan? I'm trying to recall. I probably should have done this earlier. I think we're just scanning the gates now. 2 out of 6, yeah. I've got plenty of fuel, so I can easily go out there and do that. And yeah, Colony Crisis is all the way down here, so we're good. Very good. See, I think I'm going to go out here, scan these. How's my cash doing? 86,000, so not a whole lot. Okay. Not doing well on the cash front, but we are making passive income now. So if I can start doing some bounties, then we'll make enough money that I can buy, hopefully, some Persian League bounties so I can get my relationship up and then also get money at the same time. So I should be able to visit like a military market and start buying some midline. Well, yeah, because the Conquest... Well, battlecruisers in this game follow the real-world logic of battlecruisers, which is that they have the firepower of a capital ship, but they sacrifice defense in exchange for mobility. You outrun whatever you can't beat in a straight fight, and you outgun whatever's smaller than you. How do you build Mule for it to be effective? Well, I mean, it's effective like early game. Honestly, I don't think that, I haven't really bothered trying to optimize the build too much with the Mule. I just kind of throw on whatever I have available. Some kinetics, some high explosive. So, like, it's a hybrid ship, right? So it just needs to be good enough to distract and stall the enemy a bit. Maybe kill a frigate here and there. Because it's half cargo ship. You just smuggle lobsters with it? Yes. Oh. Well, would you look at that? Probes, you say? I'll take free stuff. Apparently I didn't get these. Computer sounds a little quiet. Let me check the volume. I don't know, maybe it's just my ears aren't working. That's possible. Question, will it be using hangar conversion on your destroyers? I might. Do I want to fight these? Because it will make the, I mean, I guess it's fine if I make the mothership tougher, because I've got Princess now. So I don't mind if there's more stuff when I get to the mothership. And I'm going to be getting more ships. Yeah, I don't think that matters. Is the Old Slot the only vanilla ship with break-offable parts? Aside from stations, yeah. It's the only one with, like, side modules. That sort of that break separately from the main. Oh, man. I forgot that with second in command, this thing has some serious maneuverability bonuses that make it feel like angelic compared to anything in vanilla. Well, that's quite the yellow star, neutron star. Let's scan and ban. And by that I mean let's get out of here. Oh, here it comes. Okay, hold on. Let's have a look at the bounties. Let's see what we've got. That's a hegemony bounty. See, now there we go. That's the kind of thing I'm looking for. Maybe I should do it first, because it's only 38 days left. Because this is, like, just the right difficulty where it's, like, very easy. What kind of world? Desert world. Okay, yeah, let's go over there. Oh, wait, there is a neutron star, so I think I can... Yeah, I can. Let's go. Yeah, in vanilla stations have parts, but if we're not talking about stations, we're talking about just ships. Then I think it's just the Mark 1. Although mods have been doing that for quite a while. And then there's some that are themed around it. Like, I believe the Knights of Lud use a lot of modular armor. But yeah, mods have been doing that for a very long time. This game's similar to neutron stars, like pulsars, magnetars, and other exotic stuff. I mean, the neutron stars in this game, as far as I understand, are already pulsars. Are they not? Alright, the fact that they're emitting these beams means that they're pulsars. Because a regular old neutron star doesn't... I don't think they do that. I could be wrong. I haven't... it's been a while. But as far as I understand it, basically all of the neutron stars in this game are pulsars. Shit, you're right, yeah. Because I think if you take that away, then like what's left? It's basically just another white dwarf. How do you feel about the Retribution? I haven't used it too much, but it does look like a lot of fun. You know, it's the low-tech Odyssey. Right, terrible flux stats, but it's cheaper in exchange. Yeah, I'm not a spaceologist. Yeah, this fleet is like... I don't even know why it's spawning the capture points, to be honest. This is like the easiest thing imaginable. I didn't even know they have that many points, but it's like, it's mostly Colossuses, right? We can just kill them. I forget, does the Radiant technically have multiple parts in the ship? It does not. It's just a one whole ship like the rest of them. Yeah, but they're extremely slow in rotation. The slowest pulsars still rotate. That's true. They do rotate a lot slower than real pulsars, but I guess if you made them rotate really fast, I don't know how you'd make that interesting from a gameplay perspective. Because in real life, you could just move to a different spatial axis to avoid the beam. But in 2D space, the only way to make it interesting is to... Well, I guess you could have it spinning so that like the beam is going like up and like vertically. And then like at the sides of the neutron star, it kind of flickers, it basically flickers on and off in the plane that you're moving through. Although that would probably not be the easiest thing to communicate visually. How strong would the Guardian be in player hands, and how would you build it? I think it would be insanely strong. Capital ship with plasma jets. It gets access to a lot of hybrid slots. How would you build it? I mean, there's a lot of options. Like, you can use storm needlers, plasma cannons. It's kind of a... Actually, in a way, it's kind of like... The Prometheus Mark II, but with much better flux stats and mobility and armor. Basically just better stats and more weapon mounts. So... Oof. Close, but we got it. And, yep, we're flamed out. Great. Flame out? Uh-oh. This is very bad. Damn you, Vulcan! You let me down. This is what I get for trying to pilot asunder. I say, even though it's actually really good. You know what? I think my mistake was sending the Centurion to escort the princess instead of escorting me. Princess will be fine without any help. Like so. I'm the one who needs an escort. In Ashes of the Domain, you can get a Guardian through a special project. Yeah, that does sound like something. I mean, just from the name alone. Ashes of the Domain. Yeah, of course. Get yourself a Guardian. Well, hopefully the D-mods I get aren't too bad. Are they retreating now? They are. Easy money. Are you going to go forward or no? Alright, I guess that's too complicated. It's too much of an advanced maneuver. going forward at the thing I told you to kill, I don't know, it's pretty tough. It's kind of complicated. I wonder if the Eco would be good as a phase ship hunter. I mean, you can equip it with a fair number of beams. And that does make it better at that. Maybe. Although I'm not sure you need, like, a dedicated phase ship hunter most of the time. Well, I guess it depends on your fleet. If you're struggling with that, then maybe. But I would probably get sparks for that. Just get, like, a drover with some sparks. Or if we're talking phase frigates. Damaged weapon mounts? I don't think that's that bad. Let's have a look. Yeah, weapon turn rate and recoil. Well, that's going to hurt the light needlers, but everything else is kind of whatever. And a leveled up. Look at that. Finally, a level up. Now this embarrassing mistake won't happen again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then 6, 7, and then I could still get one more. That's a lot. But yeah, energy weapon mastery. Confirm. Ooh, hello. Would you look at that? We found the other vast ruins in the sector. But they might be slow to hunt phase ships. Yeah, that's, like, chasing down the phase ships would be an issue, but if you give them, like, advanced optics and gunnery implants, and you would probably also need advanced turret gyros, just so that the beams can turn fast enough to stay on target, then you can go, like, triple tactical laser, and, I'm not sure if you would go gravitons, or you would go IR Autolance. I guess you would go Autolance, because then you could run kinetics in the ballistic slots and go with, like, breach missiles. Get some breach missiles in the missile slots with missile autoloader, because then they'll just never run it. Like, those breach missiles are just never going to run out of ammo, and they'll strip off the armor, and then the Autolance can do the hull damage. Is this the popular space sandbox game League of Legends? Yes, you're right. That is what we're playing. We're playing League of Legends. Can a limited number of vast ruined planets spawn in the sector? Now, I don't know for sure, but what I've heard is that it's 4. I've heard that you get 4 for sector. I haven't actually checked to confirm that. Regardless, it looks like we're gonna have to make a Sugandese 2. Because Sugandese the first is where we're doing tech mining. I don't think I have another alpha core, though. No, I don't yet. Not yet. So we're going to have to wait a little bit longer. I don't think we're going to get much else. I'll wait until it drops down to the next tier. Right now it says these ruins have been combed through, though the chance for new find still remains. I'll wait till it drops down to the next tier below that, and then I'll rip out the alpha core, abandon this place, and then use the alpha core over here. You can get that funny missile upgrade now. Oh, you're right. Mass bombardment. Confirm. Yeah, so we've got all these guys maxed out on levels. Is there a vanilla ship that you would love to have different mounts? Like an Eagle with ballistic and the energy mounts reversed? Not really. Nothing off the top of my head where I want to change them. See, the Eagle suggestion you made there is anytime the Eagle, the Eagle used to be kind of underpowered, and that was a popular suggestion, is we'll swap the mounts. Because obviously that makes more sense, right? Like, you want the energy mounts further forward so that they can actually reach the enemy with pulse lasers or something. And then you want the ballistic mounts in the turret slots so that they can aim independently of the ship with your kinetic weapons. Right? As far as weapon mounts go, that would make more sense. But I think what's fun about the Eagle is that its weapon mounts are actually kind of bad. But what he's done is he's just buffed it a bunch. It has really good stats. So it's got bad weapon mounts, but good stats. Which means that well, it's worth using, but you see, you've got to kind of figure out how to use these weapon mounts. Like, they don't, and the result is that the weapon loadouts you come up with are going to look pretty different from what you get on other ships. And I think that's part of what makes the Eagle fun. I learned something new. When you go to meet Glamour without doing the Onslaught Mark 1 quest, but instead have fought dwellers, having some of their text, she has unique text. Interesting. Yeah, they do like to think of like different paths that you could take. Decided to check my current save, and I have 5 vast ruins. I'm not using any mods. Okay, so maybe it's not hard capped at 4, but it might be that it, like, sector generation is sort of like encouraged to do around 4. That might be it. Right, so before I go, map marker. That way I don't... I should probably actually... Hold on, I'm already using that for a bunch of other guys, so I should probably use this. There we go. Yeah, because I've got the... Like the mining stations I've got with the chest. So if I had the chest here, it would blend in too much. It's probably better to use the different icon. Yeah. Okay. How many gates do I need? So I think I'll scan this one. You've scanned this. Oh, I've already scanned that one. Okay. So I do actually have to go all the way out here to get this one. Got it. Well, either that or I could just find a gate, I guess. Maybe a minimum of 4 plus a percentage of spawning more. Yeah, maybe something like that. Pirate Falcon is pretty solid as an early missile ship. Yeah, especially if you pilot it yourself. What did I say? What did I just say? I just need to find a gate. And I'm like, I'll just check nearby systems. There's got to be a gate in there somewhere, right? And then there was. Amazing. Let's see. Sarissa's... Oh, that's... Right, sometimes I right-click on LPCs as if I'm going to learn anything from that. That's not how those work. Yeah, the Pirate Falcon used to be kind of nuts, if I recall correctly. Ooh. I mean, the hazard rating's quite high. Class 5, huh? Yeah, the hazard rating's really high, but +3/+3 is not bad. Extensive ruins, almost good. Well, well, well. What do we have here? If it isn't an alpha core. Anyways, let's move on. Let's scan that gate, and then we'll go scan the rest of them, finish up the quest line. What is this? That icon? Wait, is that an icon? Oh, you mean this one? Oh yeah, what is that for? It's whatever you want it to be, I guess. It used to? It's the one ship that fucks me up during bounties. But yeah, the Pirate Falcon used to be 14 deployment points. Or no, it was 15. Because the baseline Falcon was also 15 back then. And then it got nerfed to 20 for the Pirate Falcon. But yeah, it used to be very spammable. Now it's not so spammable. There's no way the neutron stars in this game are pulsars. They spin too slowly. Yes, I know, but if you... I think that's for gameplay purposes. I think it's slowed down for gameplay purposes. %8 difficulty. Yeah. Alright, this time we're going to do this correctly and have the Centurion escort me. And I'm going to try and keep a safer distance. As a matter of fact, I'll just kind of hang out behind Princess. Go, go, Gadget Onslaught Mark 1. I can only have beta cores until I finish my Andrew Tate classes. I wonder if that's how they upgrade the cores, right? You start with a gamma core, right? And you give it some, it has to take some masculinity courses, and that's how it becomes a beta core. And then it has to take some like alpha, so take some alpha male classes, and that's how it becomes an alpha core. This is the real and accurate history of the Persean sector. That's what Tritachyon is getting up to, honestly. It's the secret sauce Tritachyon doesn't want the rest of the sector to know about. Gremlin. Gremlint. Yeah, the one problem is, in order to actually break through shields, I do have to get closer. If it wasn't for that one little issue, then I would be invincible because I'm just too far away. So, I think the solution is to get more ships on the field so that I don't have to actually close the distance, and instead I can just provide fire support. What makes an Omega Core, then? See, an Omega Core is, well, it's the Sigma male of the AI cores. That's what it is. It's realized that it's actually... Because, like, I mean, think about it, right? Like, just like Sigma males in real life are... It's like, you know, like alphas are, like, super social, but Sigmas, you see, Sigmas are too good for socializing. That's what actually makes them, right, better than being an alpha. Right? And if you think about it, the Omega cores... Well, they're also less social than the alpha cores, right? Like, alpha cores work in, like, big groups with lots of other AI cores, but the Omega cores, they only hang out with other Omega cores at the Tesseract, at the Hypershunts, right? So, they're called Omegas, but really they're Sigmas. The cores progress in 3D space from a circle to a cylinder to a sphere? Yes. Right, they're adding additional dimensions as they progress. Although I guess I mean, yeah, it goes from like 2D to like I guess you would call the cylinder like 2.5D and then 3D. So it's adding half a dimension. Kinda, sorta, depending on how you look at it. But yeah, that is a nice detail. I agree. I don't even know why these pirates were here. They're not a bounty. They're just... I guess they're just living. Living life to the fullest. Well, I mean, they were. Now they're dead. 9 metal, my favorite. Isn't the only time we even get to mention Omega is the Scythe of Orion questline? Yeah, I think that's the only... As far as I'm aware, that's the only time it comes up in dialogue. You're right. Their final forms are Chad cores. Yes. That's actually a spoiler for where the story is going. Don't tell anyone I told you that. But you totally predicted the story, yeah. Paragon, you say? Nah, it's not midline. That's not midline. It's scrap. We're only doing midline here. Level 5? That's alright. What skills you got? Oh my... I have way too many of these things. Oh my god. Wait, that's actually goated. Wait, that's actually an amazing skill set. He's the GOAT. The undisputed king. I'm gonna fire all these guys because they're just draining my bank account and I'm not really using them. But yeah, like, because I already have my executive officers already give me 100% combat readiness once I get 3 at triple S mods, right? So I don't need combat readiness, which means this is actually a pretty good skill set. Like, this is like, I mean, it's kind of low tech, but I mean, maneuverability is, It's not as good as getting helmsmanship on a conquest, but it's close enough. You still get the maneuverability. And we have plenty of other top speed bonuses, so it'll probably be fine. Ordnance expertise, so I could like S-mod armored weapon mounts to get extra rate of fire. It's got missile spec, ballistic mastery, target analysis. All I need to give him is like gunnery implants. That's actually really good. Call him Heerhaas. But why? Paragon is what midline officers try to get during their midlife crisis. Midline? Midlife? I see. Ah, level 7, finally. Someone. This is gunnery implant. Oh my. This is high-tech type B. Because there's two high-tech officers. One of them gets systems expertise, one of them gets ordnance expertise. So this is kind of optimized for something like a Hyperion. Helmsmanship, combat endurance. I mean, with the skill set I have, combat endurance is kind of not that useful. I guess it does give them peak performance, so, you know. There is that. But yeah, it's like look at this skill set. Perfect for a Hyperion, right? Not that we're going to use those, but in theory it would be. Again, this guy's got combat endurance, so I'm going to fire him. Welcome aboard, Urania. Urania Carnera. How would you build an aggressive monitor? Oh hey, a stream. Nice. Indeed, Ender. Man, there's like 4 officers in this field. What are you guys all doing out here? Normally there's like 1 if you're lucky. There's a ton of them just out here. I did scan this, okay. How would you build an aggressive monitor? I do like putting like a light machine gun and an antimatter blaster on them because they can actually do some damage with that. But if you want it to be purely a distraction, then it's probably better to not put any weapons and just go all in on like S-modded flux distributor, S-modded stabilized shields. Just go all in on that. Uranus Carlinia. The 4 officers belong to 3 different factions and hate each other. Well, I mean, looking at this system, I think this system has a warning beacon. Yeah. So if anything, they were probably ambushed by Remnant. Maybe they were fighting each other, and then the Revenant came in and cleaned up everybody and killed them all. That'd be an interesting story. Very feral Volturno lobsters. Yeah, he just painted them red, guys. They're actually blue. Right, if you just gotta wash them when you get home. I'll take some organs. Let's see. Okay, scanned. Yes, it's this one. So we can remove that. We can remove that. We'll go out, do this one. Or do I need to do that one? Because I could go up here and do this. I think I can remove that. That's not a deal. That's not a big deal anymore. I guess it might be easier to go do this, scan this one, come back, scan this one, and then immediately go back to the core worlds. Yeah, let's go scan this one. Because having it scanned will be useful for the future, because then it'll be something I can jump to. Oh, so that one was not trying to eat my drive field. It was actually trying to help me find an interesting system. I kind of realized that a little too late, but it's fine. Hold on. Let me just... This one has no planets. Let me just pop in and pop out so that it counts as explored. Oh, this is probably what it was leading me to. The little hyperspace ferry. One of these! Nah, we're scrapping it. We don't need Legion 14. Oh, wait. I don't want to fight that. Well, they left me alone. I guess we're fine. Of course, I could just pay them off. I've got the money for it, but I want my money. Officers' previous loyalties immediately losing all previous allegiances upon being found by John Starsector. You're damn right. John Starsector is just the most charismatic space captain. It's like, whoever you were before, it doesn't matter. Now you're a star... Now you belong to John Starsector. That actually hurts a bit. I know. I know. Everyone loves the Legion 14. Nobody has the heart to scrap it. Well, this is a midline playthrough. I'm scrapping it. Let's jump again. Distress call. I didn't hear nothing. Base Legion is better than Legion 14. I love Ballistic Rangefinder. Yeah, I do like Ballistic Rangefinder. It is pretty fun. I think both of them... The addition of Ballistic Rangefinder has kind of made them both, like... Where a lot of the 14 variants just feel like upgrades, because they get extra ordnance points on top of the hull mod. But the Legion 14 does feel like an actual side grade, because of this change in weapon mounts. See, I think this needs to change. Right? They've got these fleets interfering with gate scans all the way out here. Because I thought the purpose of these fleets was to make it so you can't just scan the core worlds without some kind of cost. I thought that was the purpose. Because that's the obvious thing to do, is just hop through the core worlds to scan all the gates. But no, they pop out here as well. And I'm not sure why. I mean, I came all the way out here. I'm not leaving empty-handed. It's a bit ridiculous. Have I scanned everything in the system? Looks like it. No, I missed one. Probably the gas giant. No, not the gas giant. Interesting. It's actually this guy, because he... Oh, you know what? It's probably because I didn't see it. I didn't know they were in deep space. Yeah, when I was first doing the quest line for the first time, I saw those fleets in the core worlds and I was like, aha, I see what they're doing here. They're stopping you from just scanning all the core world gates and forcing you to explore. That makes sense. But then half of the core worlds don't have fleets, so you can just scan them anyways. And then when you go out to deep space, half of them do have fleets. So it actually has nothing to do with what I thought it was. Now, maybe there's a good reason for that, but I don't know what it is. Let's go get that gate. Okay, I've got to check out these three blue giants right next to each other. I've got to check for hyper shunts. I think I found one, right? Have I found any? Paint jobs, you say? Uh-oh. Okay, we loaded it in. We're fine. Well, those are for a lot of cool Diable avionics paint jobs. Too bad I'm not playing that faction. Maybe another time. Maybe we'll do a Diable avionics playthrough. Why are we scanning gates? Always ignored them. So for the quest line, so that we can wait. The Janus device? Or have you not finished the main quest line? Is the Meme Legion actually useful in the campaign? That meme build is... I mean, it can definitely kill stuff. But it's always putting itself at high risk to do it. Because its defenses aren't great. And it has to get close to the enemy. But I will say this, it can 1v1 an Alpha Core Radiant. With the double Storm Needler and the 5 Annihilators, it does have... It'll just... Like the... It'll win that 1v1. It's just that, you know, in a real battle, it's usually going to have to put itself in a very exposed position to attack the enemy, and that's... And without any defensive investment, it's, yeah. More like Hyper sucks, Lamau get big own stupid energy. Yeah, big energy wants you to think that Hyper shunts are valuable, but they're not. The story is cool and all, but some of those things are annoying to do every single game. Oh yeah, so what you're saying is you usually just skip the story with like Nixerlin. Which I don't have active. Maybe I... Maybe there's a way to just skip the story and start with the Janus device. Although it does feel a little bit... It does feel a little bit strong if you just start with it, but at the same time, that's probably fine. I don't think it's the end of the world. I'm still annoyed that you need to defeat the Hyper Shunts to actually see what planets are in range, because Shunts somehow always spawn with being... Oh, yeah. It's so annoying when it says, like, oh, it's 10 light years away. That's fine. And then it's actually, like, 10.1. Although, you say that you actually need to defeat the Hyper Shunts. Here's the thing. I've defeated the Tesseracts, and the requirement never pops up here. So how do you even check? The only way I know how to check is to actually physically go to the system and then check the light years of distance. Because for some reason, the Hypershunt tab has never popped up in other requirements. Even though I'm pretty sure I saw it in the blog post where he introduced the planet filter. So I don't know, like, did he remove it? Is it a bug? I don't know. Could you repeat the Meme Legion speech? I got a 30-second unskippable ad right as you start to talk, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, so the Meme Legion can win a 1v1 against an Alpha Core Radiant. Double Storm Needler and 5 Annihilators have the DPS to do that. The problem is that because it has short range, it always has to put itself in a very exposed position. Like in an actual fleet combat outside of the simulator, it has to get really close to the enemy, which means that the other fleet can focus fire on it, and it doesn't have any defensive investment. So it's going to die a lot more than a proper build. But until it dies, it is very fun to watch. YouTube has ads? Well, not if you have an ad blocker. Does the Hypershunt have to be activated, not just defeat the Doritos? Look, I don't know. It just doesn't seem to matter. Like, I've defeated it, I've activated the Hypershunt, and then I still have no method of checking the range other than physically going there. Well, that's the Hypershunt. Let's go touch it so that we can... Yeah, unfortunately you do have to physically go into the sun to actually get this to show up, which is a little annoying. You'd think it'd be enough that you just saw it, but you do actually have to go interact with it. Okay. Local, let's see, marker. Is it fleet log? It's fleet log. Okay. Yeah, so we found one of them. Hey guys, let's take bets. Who do you think? Yo, chat. Do you think that the other one is going to be at one of these two blue giants right next to this one? Place your bets now. Do you still stand S-Mod soul shielding? Yeah, it is nice. I've been trying to not use it so that I can focus more on pure combat bonuses, but it definitely is nice. Just being, because you can just S-mod it on everything, drive right through. Whatever hazards there are, don't care. It is convenient. I bet one like it is. Okay. Do a vote. You know what? That's a good idea. Hold on. Let's start a poll. Diable hypershunt? Yes or no? Wow, this is about the most basic arid world you can get. 100% hazard rating, adequate farming, moderate ore, common organics. Nothing special about it, but nothing to complain about either. Am I missing one? Oh, right, the gas giant. I'm too short on crew. That's fine. Yes, Diable hypershunt. Indeed. Recent found a love with stabilized shield S-mod. Yeah, I mean, if you have enough dissipation, it's kind of like 10% extra shield efficiency. Which is nice. But a lot of the time it's kind of like, you want to use your dissipation for weapons anyways. So it can be a bit difficult to find the right build for it. But yeah, I've been using it on like the Omen. It is pretty good on the Fury as well, but a lot of the time you can't afford it, sadly. Just needs, it's too little ordnance points. It needs to spend it on other stuff, like the S-mods on other stuff to get more ordnance points. But yeah, on a lot of like high-tech ships, some people really like stabilized shields on the Conquest, and I can kind of see that. It does have a lot of dissipation. Let's see, what am I missing? 2. So there's a Baron out there, okay. Will you ever do a Gemini spam run? I might do a meme video. I don't know if I'd do a full run of that. I like it on Sniper Eagles. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the Eagle is a good... Yeah, I didn't think of that, but yeah, that is another good one. In fact, I think I've done that before. Fury mentioned. Well, if you like the Fury, there's this video on my channel called How to Defeat Every Threat in Star Sector, where I defeat every threat in Star Sector, and the fleet has 4 Furies in it. Yeah, that's right, count them, 4. That's as many as 4 1s. Or even 2 2s. Maybe the hypershunt planet search is an excellent thing. I'm pretty sure I saw it in the blog post where Alex was talking about adding the planet's filters. I'm pretty sure I saw the hypershunt show up there. But yeah, I've never seen it in game, so I'm not sure how exactly that panned out. Oh, you're right. Now that you mention it, Stochastic Turtle, the name does get highlighted even without the @ Interesting. Maybe that's an update, because I don't think... I could have sworn you needed to @ the person to get it to... Playing a modded faction where its capital ship has a bunch of weapons, but the shield is like 330 flux. So I slapped boomed 120 flux, and I think your run-on sentence went on more than the limit for YouTube. 330 flux isn't a lot for capital shields, though. Or did you mean, or do you mean like 3,300? Because I could see a modded capital ship doing that. Wait, hold on. Intel. Tag that. So there was not the double hypershunt here, but we could still get it here at this other one. Midline always feels like a jack of all trades, like they slot well into either fleet design, but they also feel like they don't do as well their own fleet of just midline. I think the general design of midline is like is that they have very specialized ships, right? So like the Sunder is very specialized in energy damage, but it couldn't be a low tech. It could not be a high tech ship because it's got these ballistic turrets and it's got a bad shield, right? So it's got some elements that make it not work as a high tech ship, but within midline it's very specialized in energy damage. High energy focus, and then these turret slots like this. And then the counterpart would be the Hammerhead, which has the hybrid slots, so it couldn't be a low-tech ship, but at the same... And on top of that, it's got a better shield, so it could be a low-tech ship. But it's got accelerated ammo feeder with the 2 medium ballistic hardpoints. So it's very specialized. Right, and then the Centurion is very specialized as like a defensive frigate with 500 armor and damper field. The Heron is very specialized as a carrier. I think the Eagle might be the only generalist. Although it's not really... Actually, it's not exactly a generalist because it's got bad missile mounts. So it has something that it's bad at. But I guess that's kind of the opposite of a specialization. That's a weakness. Medusa with universal slots do be weird. I mean, that's kind of a high-tech thing, is that sometimes they get universal slots. I think the design idea there is that normally it would be a synergy slot, which you could use for missiles. But Alex decides that he wants to give you the option to use like ballistics instead. So it's like, so if you get something like the Medusa, or the Paragon for that matter with the universal slots, it's like, normally you would put missiles here, but it is an opportunity to use some ballistic weapons. So it's like, do you want missiles or do you want ballistics? And usually the answer is, for high tech, it's usually ballistics. Executor isn't midline tech. Executor is glorious tech for make great Sindri dictat. Yes. Alright, time to tap him and scrap him. Good thing none of these have salamanders, because that would be annoying to deal with. Because there is the one that spams salamanders. And I decided not to deploy any help. Had fun with 2 Phase Lance and LDAX on the Medusa. Not particularly good, but fun. I think all you need to do is swap the dual autocannons for light needlers, and it should be good. You feel like the small energies with mining lasers as some token level of point defense, the universals with light needlers, and the medium slots of phase lances, and it works pretty well. The only way to make meme Legion build work, I think, is to spam them. Yeah, if you spam, it's kind of like safety override fleet, where if you make them all reckless, then they kind of take. It's like because they're all charging the enemy, they kind of like juggle aggro between them. It's kind of like that, but on a capital level, is what you're saying. For that matter, you could probably just fit the Legion into a safety override fleet, or at least that meme build. Alright, do we get a second? You know, maybe there's some kind of protection to like in the game to prevent 2 hypershunts from spawning right on top of each other. So I'm going to end the poll. I mean, it looks like 80% of you were wrong, but you were But I don't think it was about being right or wrong. I think it was about the Diable hypershunt we made along the way. Doesn't seem very lore-friendly. No, UAF is not exactly lore-friendly. The whole point is that they come from another dimension, they were teleported here, and I don't think anyone knows how or why. They just did. They just happened. They're kind of stuck here. Which, for a modded faction, is fine. I don't have any issues with that. I do love the 4 Wasp, though. There are no ship that can mount them normally. Yeah, I think 4 Wasp on the Legion is legitimately decent, because it's okay against Remnants. I say okay. It's like with the... They just got buffed, right? The 40% reduced replacement rate is pretty big. Right, so they're pretty okay. They're pretty solid against Remnant. They can kill frigates. They can shoot down things like flash bombers. But then they're really good against threat. They're probably the best fighter against threat. Because they spawn in, they fire a bunch of stinger mines, clear out some attack swarms, die, and then immediately respawn, and then they fly out, use stinger mines, clear out a bunch of attack swarms, die, respawn. So against threat in particular, Wasps feel pretty good. Hypershunts can spawn pretty close to one another, but I don't think they can spawn within 10 light years. Okay. Yeah, I figured there has to be some kind of lower limit. 10 light years would sound about right. OMG, I asking a question, my VOD is like 20 to 30 minutes behind. Oh dear. Well. Yeah, I think I've used UAF like once. And obviously the semi-breve is kind of nuts. But one thing that stood out to me is they had a ship that's kind of like the Eagle. How do I put this? So imagine a version of the Eagle, but it's faster than a Falcon and with better weapon mounts. And in exchange, it's got worse shields and armor and hull. In other words, a glass cannon. And I remember that being really, really good. Maybe a little bit too good. Because it had like 3 small ballistics and a large ballistic, so you could mount like 3 railguns with a ballistic rangefinder and a Hellbore, and then it also had 2 medium missiles. So why not throw in a couple Typhoons? And yeah, I remember that thing being, because it had the speed of a Falcon with those weapon mounts. So the enemy couldn't, like, yeah, it was fragile, but the enemy couldn't really catch it, and it would just kite them while doing an insane amount of damage. Yeah, I think, okay, I do need to harvest these. So while it's obvious that there's a few things that are very strong, there's some of the ships, it's like, you know, I'm sure some of the ships might have been balanced for like an older patch. Maybe it's been changed since I last used it, who knows. But if you can figure out the ones that haven't been balanced in a while, you might find something either overpowered or underpowered. What tab can I hypershunt? Are you trying to figure out which tab the hypershunt is in? It goes into fleet log. The thing is, you actually have to click on, you have to drive up to the hypershunt and interact with it in order for it to show up here. UAF ships are mostly fine now. Their weapons are still cracked, though. I'll take your word for it. Oh, hypershunt tap. Hello. Well, what do you know? But I guarantee It never shows up here as an option. It just doesn't. I don't know why. Maybe he removed it on purpose. Maybe it's a bug. I don't know. Doesn't matter if you clear the hypershunt. Doesn't matter if you get the hypershunt up and running. It just doesn't show up. Yeah, I think it's about time I shut down Sugandese and set up a new tech mining colony called Beaufort. Well, 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 what do we have here? Is there anything good in this system? Not... maybe. Couple of tundras. A desert. There's no gate in this system, but we could bring one. Or... I haven't done that yet. Yeah. Because my home system already has a gate. A New Volturn. And oh yeah, and Stanistan. Let's not forget Stanistan. Which is costing me money. Because if I turn that off, it's going to stop growing. Okay. I think I want to upgrade this to a mega port. Get that accessibility up. And I think I want a patrol HQ, because the idea, I believe the idea was this was going to be a military base. With that extreme heat. I can pop in the cryo, yeah, the cryo engine. I gave a semi-brief launcher to a radiant and it proceeded to blink into the explosion. Truly, fearless cores live up to their name. Oh wow, it has nothing. It has overclock, and that's it. Yeah, I mean, the Princess Sunder combo that I've been doing, this can take on a Guardian in vanilla. But, right, I think I'm not sure the Mark 1 can kill it by itself, but it can break through the shields. And if you just sit back with the Sunder, you can do the armor and hull damage. But, that's in vanilla. With second in command, we have like a ton of officer bonuses, so this should be like a cakewalk. Yeah. Like, normally it would actually be able to back up with plasma jets and vent, but thanks to that one skill that's giving me the zero flux boost while firing, yeah, it's not running away. Where are you going? You're not going anywhere. Easy. And the concept is interesting, but can't help but be put off by the anime-ness of UAF. Yeah, that's, the author is an anime fan. So it's gonna be... that's just a part of how it is. Alright, is this any good? No. As far as deserts go, this is not the one. Yeah, I'm running second in command, that's why this looks like this. Ooh, both of these have ruins. That's pretty nice. And this one's going to be low gravity. Food? Let's have a inimical biosphere. I've seen a inimical biosphere show up in some interesting places. Like a volcanic world. Tundra makes a little more sense. It's a little more normal. Resources are not great. It's got pollution. I mean, if it's already got pollution, I guess you could do heavy industry. But like, if it's gonna have pollution, the least you could do is give me a corrupted nanoforge, right? Oh, I've already surveyed this. Wait. Oh, yeah, this one's much... yeah, look at this. 175 versus 100. Much lower hazard rating. The resource output is actually better, because this is -1 farm. Moderate, common. Yeah, so same it's got +1 to farming, but otherwise the same resources. I mean, this one does get bonus accessibility from low gravity, but that's not worth the extra hazard rating. Are using animated colony items? Screws up the... I shouldn't be. It'll look animated to me. Is that a mod? Oh, people are saying that if you play UAF, you can actually ignore the anime-ness. Yeah, it really is just like the profile pictures, I guess. Although, I don't know, I haven't delved... I guess when I did use it, I didn't really interact with the characters at all, so I guess I wouldn't know how anime they are. But it also goes to show that you don't really have to get their ships. Most of them, anyways. See, the thing is, cryosleepers are much better if you can use them in the system. They're much, much better if you can use them in the system, because you get the full growth bonus. Like, if okay, I might have to colonize this one, but I'll probably do it later, because if I do farming first, then it not only will have the cryosleeper, it'll have Ludic Majority. And between those two bonuses, it'll grow to size 6 in like a year. Although that depends. I might be signing a deal with the church to prevent that, but, I mean, the Cryosleeper by itself will do fine anyways. Yeah, it's a mod. One of Kesar's. Okay. Yeah, I don't have that one. So that wouldn't be causing it. Ender, update your mod. Ah, when I'm not dying from med school. Ah, yes. The trouble of having responsibilities. That is true. Losing the church crisis, I don't think I've done that, but that could be an interest, maybe for the next run. So this run is the midline Persian League run, but the next run maybe I could do like a church run, where I deliberately allow the church to conquer, to like take over planets. Because I'm actually a double agent working for the church, and I'm helping them expand. That could be interesting. Give Cell make a mantle bore? I don't think I need to do that. I'll keep that in mind, but I should be able to get 10 organics just from my own planets. Because this one's got +2, so when it hits size 6... Right, I don't have mining yet, but if I was to do mining... Yeah. It's already at a production of 8. So if you add in like an alpha core, right, at size 6 it'll go up to 9, and then with an alpha core it'll go up to 10. So yeah, the new Volturn should supply the organics regardless. Invictus time, Invictus. You know what? I do have. Oh wait, I didn't build a third. I've got another industry that I need to build. Huh. Well, I do have an Invictus fleet that I'll probably make a video out of it. Because I don't think I've done the Invictus yet, at least not in a video. It took a lot of workshopping, but I have like a low-tech fleet that I'm pretty happy with. Alright, what's the next step in the master plan? First of all, I've got to remember there's a cryo sleeper here, so I'm probably going to... Yeah, I think I want to go get this set up because I have an alpha core. And then when I'm done with that, I'll go shut down the other one. Use that alpha core. The thing is, I'm spending... This is because this is the problem you get into. Is like, if you resolve all of the colony crisis in non-combat ways, you don't feel the need to expand your fleet. So you end up spending all of your money on your colonies. And then you end up like finishing all the crises without actually like finishing your fleet, and instead have this massive empire. And then you're like at the end of the game and it's like, well, I have a massive empire and I could build a big fleet, but I kind of feel like I've already won. Are you the cringe 4 Mjolnir Invictus or the based ×4 Hephaestus Daka user? Well, the thing is, I was building the Invictus to take on Remnants, Shrouded Dwellers, and Threat. And to take on all three, the main barrage that I came up with was 3 Mark 9s and a Hellbore. And somehow that still ends up being it still has the easiest time fighting Threat, somehow. Even with all that kinetic damage, Threat is still the easiest. Can you resolve the hegemony crisis without smashing their fleets? Well, if you join the Persian League, they can't do their inspections anymore. And I did that, because this is the Persian League. That's me. I am the League. Ooh, Dominaria Mothership. Don't mind if I do. Yeah, I've got to shut down Sugandese. Just going to put it out there, but PD Invictus? Well, the Invictus, if you get systems expertise, then you can spam canister flak. And then on top of that, you get, like, Devastators. That's pretty good point defense. I use Twin Hag and Twin Mark 9s. Yeah, the thing is, the build that I'm doing, I can't get Ordnance expertise because I'm not doing industry. So, as much as I want to use the Hag, I can't. It just doesn't have enough flux for it. So I ended up using the Hellbore. It's like, the Mark 9 is normally like one of my least favorite large ballistics, but in this case, the Hellbore will punch through the armor, and then the Mark 9s have enough... Because I tried using, like, Gauss cannons, but they use too much flux. I tried Storm Needlers, great efficiency, great DPS, but when you're fighting Shrouded Dwellers, they don't have enough range to actually snipe the eye. Mjolnirs, same problem as the Gauss cannons, don't have enough flux. So, with all of those properties in mind, 3 Mark 9s ended up being the compromise because they have enough range to snipe the eye. They do good kinetic damage against Radiant, against like Remnants and all that. And then when you're fighting Threat, they have a high enough caliber that they can do good hull damage once the armor is stripped off, and then you have a Hellbore to strip off the armor. So normally I don't like the Mark 9, but in that case, it was like the one weapon where it like meets all the requirements I had to beat all of those weapons. But yeah, if you're going into industry and you get access to ordnance expertise and the bonus venting speed from polarized armor, then you can afford to go with a bit of a more expensive weapon setup. I think a faction run loyalty isn't complete without stealing other people's nanoforges. Well, at some point, I'm going to quit the League steal their nanoforge and give it back so that I can rejoin the League without having to pay the fee. Doesn't the Gauss range give you advantage despite the flux cost? Well, that was what I thought, so I tried it out, and it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. It's too much. Like, 1.71 efficiency is just atrocious. Like, the only time I've seen the Gauss cannon work is that one time when Chat built my fleet to fight demons, and they did the Atlas Mark II plus Moras. That's the one time I've seen the Gauss cannon, like, actually do anything. Well, that's not... I mean, like, fighting late-game enemies. It's also good in that one camp... what's it called? Mission? The Last Hurrah. It's also good there. But outside of those, it's just not. It's just kind of, like, not good enough. Which is a shame. I don't think it needs more damage. I just think that the flux cost needs to be a little bit more affordable. Because right now, like, nothing can use it. I think it should be reduced to, like, an efficiency of 1.5. Right? Instead of 1.7. That would make a big difference. Even then, it would still be pretty niche, because I have tested that out, and most ships still don't want the Gauss cannon, even if you improve the efficiency. Which I think is fine, because it's got such good range that if it became a really good weapon, then it would kind of be an issue, because you could just kill the enemies from outside their range. So you don't want to buff it too much, because then it can pose issues where things are just too easy. But, yeah, I think at the very least, a bit of an efficiency buff, so that it doesn't suck anymore. That would be nice. You think Quad Coil would outdo the Quad Coil outdo the Devastator? Well, Devastators are like half point defense, so they're kind of different roles. Well, the Burgrad. I think the Gauss works on the baseline conquest, but once you've got access to, like, ballistic mastery and gunnery implants, then you don't really need that bonus range as much as you want more DPS. So you switch over to Mjolnirs. Give it EMP, maybe? I don't think it needs EMP. I think it needs Giga Cannon treatment. Well, the Giga Cannon, I don't know if I would buff the damage of the Gauss Cannon. Although, I guess the other, like, the Gauss Cannon, the Giga Cannon got two things going for it. It got a new ship that works with it really well, and it got a direct buff. I guess the other option, making a ship that works with it really well, that could help the Gauss Cannon. Sorry, I meant Hellbore? No, I don't think so. Because the main thing that the Hellbore is doing is out of all the high explosive options, it has the lowest flux cost, but also the highest damage per shot. So the main thing it's doing is, like, for the lowest cost I can get, it's punching holes in the armor, and then the Mark 9s are doing hull damage. So while the Quad Coil would do more hull damage by itself, it would be doing so at a higher flux cost that I can't really afford. Besides, that's a threat weapon, and part of the fun of making these fleets is I'm using purely human weapons. So it's like, okay, you can build this fleet to then go farm threat, to then acquire the Quad Coils. Yeah, okay, I think I need a little extra crew capacity. Luckily there's a nebula right here. Excelente. Just need a little more crew. That'll do it. Ah, I was wondering why I couldn't. It's because this thing is... Yeah. You know, I think I'll just go with efficiency overall solar shielding to make it as efficient as possible. But I wonder, because now I've got two of them, why not just S-mod additional berthing at this point? I've got 16 story points. Am I really going to ASMOD additional berthing on a nebula? No, that's ridiculous. I wouldn't do that. See, look at this. There they are. I'm probably going to go for a Pegasus flagship. And then, right, have some conquests. Right, so that I can, like, right, that'll allow me to just snipe Radiants and snipe Novas with some Hurricanes. And then have a bunch of conquests. And then I guess the Sunder, I'll keep the Sunder around and have it escort myself. For capturing the points, I'll probably, yeah, I think I'm going to go with Safety Override Centurions. Because those are pretty decent. Low-tech needs a lot of Giga Cannon type weapons. Even the Hellboard doesn't deal enough raw DPS for the eye's taste. Has to be missiles or nothing else. Yeah, that's something that, in building a low-tech fleet and trying to make the Dominator work, I think something that I've had to come to terms with is the fact that low-tech is... Like, you think high-tech is reliant on sabos, but low-tech really needs its missiles. It just doesn't have the... Like, ballistics are efficient, but they don't have enough flux on the ship itself to really kill the enemy unless you really go into the missile slots. Right? You get those harpoons, right? You get those gorgons, right? You just gotta get those. You get missile specialization. You gotta get those missiles. What are the specializations of the midline capitals? Well, I think originally the Conquest, the idea was that it was like a heavy missile battle, like, it's a battle cruiser, just like the Odyssey, but with way more missile firepower. And then they decided, you know what? The Pegasus is going to have even more missile firepower. So, like, the Pegasus specialization, it's obvious. Super heavy on missiles. And then the Conquest, a battle cruiser is already kind of specialized. Right? Like, compare that to, like, an Onslaught or a Paragon, which are just like a battleship. This thing's relying more on mobility. And it's got very heavy missile firepower. Like, the Onslaught only has 4 mediums. This thing upgrades 2 of its medium slots to large slots. You know? And it does that without sacrificing large ballistics. It still gets to have those, too. What if you just used Onslaughts? Well, that would just make the game a lot easier. Apparently, the introduction of the heavy mass driver has given the Onslaught kind of a perfect weapon, because it's got such fantastic efficiency for those medium slots. So the Onslaught is quite strong right now. Conquest specialization is dying in the first couple seconds of the battle to fighter spam. No, it doesn't die to fighter spam. It dies to the AI forgetting how to position itself. And then it just drives up to something and then points its shield in the wrong direction. Hey, it's the gamer guy, says the unborn potato. Yes, it is me. Is the Conquest the size up of the champion? Not really, because the champion has a large energy and high energy focus, where the Conquest is more ballistic focused. The size up of the champion is actually the Executor. As a matter of fact, the Executor, I have it on good authority that the Executor is actually just 2 champions stapled together. Like, they made it look like a Pegasus, but that's actually a deception. They're tricking you. It's all part of the master plan. Really, it's 2 champions, because it's got... Like, seriously, it basically has almost the exact same slots as 2 champions stapled together. And it has the same system. High energy focus. Think about it. You know I'm right. Yeah, we're gonna go set up this tech mine. Then we're gonna abandon Sugondese. It really do be like that, yeah. That just is what the champion is. Now I need a mod that turns it into 2 stapled together Centurions. Champions. Oh, I see. Like actually makes it visually That would be kind of funny. Let's see. Did Stanistan grow? Wait. No, Patrol HQ. Okay. Yeah. I think we can freeport this now. Get some more accessibility. Get more population growth. That's good. That's good. And I don't have a mantle bore, which kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Let's see. Yeah, I've got the synchrotron core, but not the catalytic core. Not much I can do about that. How are you rocketing across space like that? I'm using generate slip surge from hyperspace topography. Champion would be a perfect Gauss Cantor, but this... That would be kind of interesting if there was like a variant, maybe a Lion's Guard champion with a large hybrid slot instead. Although that kind of goes against what the... That would kind of go against the general theme of the Lion's Guard, which is that they favor energy weapons. Alright. A Delta Aegea 2. No. This is Beaufort. Tech mining. Because I do have... Yes, I have an alpha core. Excellent. Yeah, I guess I'll drag it around. Just got here after watching your last 2 stream. Yeah, I found I just founded Beaufort. The fleet, mostly the same. '14 variant of the champion. I do think there are mods that have that, but I'm not I think they leave it with a large energy mount. Just gotta wait. Yeah, I've gotta wait until tech mining starts construction, and then I can add the alpha core. Why do you have more colonies than real ships? Well, that's part of what I've been doing. Is I think joining the Persean League could be kind of meta, because it lets you, like, if you look at the colony crisis over here, like, we don't have the pirates because we got contest protection. We don't have to worry about the Pathers because we did Scythe of Orion. Hegemony can't bother us because we're in the Persean League. The Persean League's not going to bother us because we already joined. The Luddic Church, we can sign a deal with them whenever we want to negate this. Tritachyon, we do have to worry about a little bit, but we can fix that just by raiding the magic system a few times. And that'll solve that problem. And as long as we don't fill, then we'll just not build fuel. We'll build fuel production last, so by the time we get to the Syndrian crisis, we've already got a fleet. Do you think access to the old slot forced you to get it because it's so good? I don't know if it... I don't know. It does feel like a big missed opportunity to not take it, because, like, you go out there, it's pretty good. Like, it chews through a lot of early game enemies. It's efficient, because it only costs 10 supplies to deploy with all the demods it starts with. Like, and then on top of that, you can show it off to Tritachyon to get 1,000,000 credits. So, it's kind of hard to pass up. Are you going to get more ships like the Conquest or Eagle? Yeah, we're going to get more midline. Persean League meta would be to yell at the hegemony without doing anything while oppressing your population. Stan League is already doing that, let me tell you. Way ahead of there, pal. Personally, I like waiting until Tritax sends their big mercenary force, then buying out their contract for 1 million credits. Yeah, that is pretty fun. Because it's a pretty scary force. It's no joke. They've got a bunch of S-mod. Like, unlike a lot of the other faction crises, Tactistar, they've got like S-mods. They've got like electronic warfare as one of their skills. Like, they mean business. But also, if you have 1 million credits, you can just buy them. So Alpha Core, story points, and that's it. That's all we care about. All we got to do now is go over to Sugandese and shut them down. And I think my next goal is to do some more bounties, make some money. You know, I do want Persian League reputation, like stuff like this. Oh, okay, maybe that's a bit much. But yeah, I could do something like these, blow these up with the Mark 1, get some money, and then some reputation. Actually, you know what? I could turn in a bunch of these cores to the Persian League. Because I don't have enough reputation to buy conquests yet, but I want them. Oh, those are all white dwarfs. Okay, I'll go over to the black hole. Usually farm up with system bounties. Yeah, apparently that's one way to do it. Do they have... I don't think they have system bounties right now, though. Yeah, there's none that are active right now. Well, we found a red system. It's going to have some loot for sure. Let's check this black hole, and then we'll use it to do a little jump. A hop, skip, and a jump through hyperspace. Yeah, that's the... Oh, look at that! Another one! Huh. What do you know? Salvage. Cry about it, hedge cells. The Persian Chads stay winning. What's your Star Sector hot take? I don't know. They have a lot of opinions. Some of them people might consider hot takes, but I don't usually think of like, oh yeah, this is gonna stir up some controversy. This is gonna be a hot one. Doesn't really cross my mind. No, the Legion. And I do it again. No, we're going to Sugandese. There we go. When they add a museum industry, I'll put legions in the museums where they belong. That would be kind of neat. If there was a museum structure. And then you could take rare things and put them on display. Maybe what would that affect? Maybe increase the draw for the colony. Attract scientists and historians, perhaps? It's your spiciest opinion, then. I don't know, it's maybe just the fact that the conquest is fine. Like, a lot of people like to complain about it, but, like, compared to other capital ships, it seems to be fine. Like, all you have to do is I say all you have to do. What you have to do is use the avoid order, but the DPS on it is great, and it clears out, it's pretty fast at clearing out enemies. You just got to use avoid order so that it doesn't wander into the middle of the enemy firing line. But as long as you do that, it's really good. No spicy opinions, please. I'm here to relax. Fair enough. Salvaging 14 ships isn't enough of a hot take. That's not really a hot take. I'm just doing that to get a reaction. Okay, just gotta double check. Nothing in storage. Good, good. Okay, we manage. Take it out. Okay, we've got the Alpha Core. And now we're going to abandon this colony. And we leave Sugandese abandoned. What about SO bad? Yeah, it is SO kind of overrated, maybe. I don't know if I'd call it bad, though. It does have its uses. When I put it on the old slot? Yeah, that was the plan. WB Hancock, welcome to Certified Gamer. Now that's a sentence I love to say. If I get the opportunity, I'll say it again. Let's see, I've got to do this. Yeah. So it's a choice between damage control or point defense. I think I'm going to go with point defense, and I'm going to start putting heavy machine guns on it. Hot take, this is the only channel on YouTube worth subscribing to. Well, now that is a hot take, because there are some pretty impressive channels on YouTube. But thank you. Besides the chat build my fleet meme, do you think a fleet that leans on Atlas Mark II with Gauss is viable in regular gameplay? Yeah, I do think it's a bit tougher to make it work, because a part of what made it work in that fleet was the Moras. I do think it's kind of awkward. Maybe I'll have to build a fleet like this on my own, but because you need something to capture the points against remnants. So it could be something like you run a couple of shades or something, or a couple of afflictors to like capture the points and provide support. And then you have Moras as your front line because they're tanky, and the fighters can help clear out frigates, which could be frigates could be a problem for the Atlas because they're so fragile that if they get past them, that would be an issue. So Moras are kind of like pulling double duty. They've got the fighters to clear out frigates, and they're tanky, which then creates a solid front line that the Atlases can support. Although, would that work against a Radiant? I don't know. Maybe if you run derelict operations or like hull restoration and you just don't care if the Moras, like one or two Moras might blow up and you just don't care. Ooh, Podsky. Podsky has recruited 10 people to the Persian League. You are all now Persian citizens. You're welcome. You have been liberated. Congratulations. Thank you, Podsky. Paycheck finally came in. Well, you sure know how to spend it in the right place. Did the Sugandese a reference to Legends of Vanchus? Because I get that. Well, they didn't invent the whole joke of Sugandese, but they did do it the best. We must remember the lessons we've learned from the Sugandese. What are the Sugandese? Sugandese nuts. I don't really remember. Oh God, I can't remember exactly what he did the second time. Oh no, it was, yeah. It's like the Fairy Queen demands payment in the form of your best joke. And it's like, oh, all right, from now on, you are no longer allowed to make D's nuts jokes. And he's like, oh, well, it could have been much worse. Oh, I thought she was going to turn me into a mind goblin. A mind goblin? What's that? Is that what Glorbo was? Was Glorbo a mind goblin? And he's just sitting there crying because he can't make the D's nuts joke. He can't finish it because the Fairy Queen took his best joke. It's a brilliant bit. 10 out of 10. Champions and Eradicators are strong together. You know what? I don't think I've tried that. Champions and Eradicators at the same time. But I could see that, because the Eradicators you could run like triple hypervelocity driver. And with accelerated ammo feeder, they're going to have good long-range kinetic, but they're going to struggle a bit with armor, and that's where the champion can come in with like a high-intensity laser. Which the champion used to be able to do by itself because, you know, it has a large missile man. It could run a squall, but they've been nerfed quite a bit. So it usually, that alone isn't good enough. But if you put the two of them together, that might work. Apes strung together. Apes indeed. Straight up aping it in here. Yeah, I want to switch these over to machine guns, but I don't think I need to do that right now. Yeah, okay, so we'll move this over to this. I don't want to fully integrate it because I'm not going to be using this forever. Sorry, Princess, you're temporary. The League is eternal. What else do I want? No, I think I just need to do these bounties to get a little more money and reputation with the League, and then I'm going to go deliver some cores, and maybe that'll be enough. Maybe that'll be enough. And look at this, 125% hazard rating. It's making money with no industries. Beautiful. Just the way we like it. Do you think officer skill point defense bonuses should work with point defense bonus? Oh, yeah, no, it does do that. Yeah. If you S-mod the point defense AI, converting your weapons into point defense, and then you get the elite point defense skill, it does work with them. That's something that people have been doing for... Like, even in, like, the Brawl King tournament, some people are doing that. With, like, they like to do afflictors with S-modded point defense AI and 4 light needlers. I wrote a D&D one-shot entirely around Mind Goblins. I don't even need to read the rest of your comment. That's great. 10 out of 10. Fronted by a Goblin Warlock named Deez, who's gone insane and started a cult. Slow enough burn that they didn't catch until 2 hours in. Yeah, that's the best way to do it, wouldn't it? Right, is to do a slow burn. So it's just like a stupid D's nuts joke, but you hold off on it until they realize it themselves, and you make it subtle enough that that doesn't immediately stand out. Because if you just open up with the D's nuts joke, then it's too obvious. It's not a. But if you make them work for it, then they're going to be really mad, and that's comedy. I'll take free stuff. Where is this? Unknown, right, of course. Why wouldn't it? Why would it be known? That would be weird. So I'm going to hack this to get some extra sensor range and hopefully find this a little easier. Alright, tech mining finished. We're going to see what we get on that loot table. Eradicators are basically best vanilla cruisers, while only Eagle can rivalize for the spot. I don't know, I've been... I don't know. I feel like Eagles are better. Maybe I just haven't, because I've not experimented too much with the Eradicator, but my initial feeling with that is that the Eagle felt better. Or the final chest of loot full of acorns. Let's go gambling! Dang it. Yeah, thanks for saying that. No, that's in my head. I like to threat eradicators. You can do. Oh yeah, that's true. With the fragment swarm, you could certainly do that. Oh, it's probably over here. I don't know why I'm wandering around as if it's going to be somewhere in empty space. Of course, it's going to be around the planet. Symmetrical Eradicator. Someone did make a mod with Symmetrical Eradicator. What an abomination. Of course they spawned in right as I show up. Let me survey before I kill... No? Alright. Fine. Here, buy my crap, and then I'm gonna kill you. You know what? Here. You can even have these blueprints. See, if you sell the pirates the blueprints and then blow them up immediately, they probably don't even get the chance to actually learn the blueprints. Alright, we're just going to do this. Snuggle up right behind the Mark 1 as a shield. Go kill the station. Did you try using better tech mining? I have not done that. I don't know, I feel like if I use better tech mining, I'll probably... Well, I guess it depends on how they did it. Although... Because it could end up giving me too much stuff and just making the game too easy. Though I guess that could be fun in its own way. Burn. Cleansing fire. Useless RAM time. You better believe it. Last time it did a lot worse because it managed to lodge itself in the one segment that has nothing, and it got stuck there for like the entire battle. This time it actually rammed into one of the segments that has something. Much better. What is the Mark 1 always ramming stuff for? It's a combination of the fearless personality of AI cores and the fact that its system has no like set duration. It's unlimited. You combine these two factors, unlimited burn drive with fearless personality, and it just chooses to ram everything. Simple as. Pirate activity over. You're welcome, Core Worlds. Yes, I am a model citizen of the Persine League. Don't mind my Onslaught Mark 1. I'll be getting rid of it. Is the tech mining storing pointed? Oh, sorry, I missed that question. Yes. Yes, it is. Alright, this one is... Yeah, this one's just draining my drive field. Okay. Go away. Snack on somebody else's dry field. Ooh, a gate. Very nice. Speaking of... That's the last one I need. Oh, a burn, you say? Yeah, they don't stand a chance. Fourth playthroughs in, never knew you could interdict those. Yeah, some people figure it out, some people don't. I think there might be some hints in the game that would work. Although you would have to, like, be paying attention for those. And I certainly don't read. Because the way that I used to do it is I would just jump into the nearest jump point and then leave and then exit. Because as long as you go into a system and pop back out, they're gone. And then I think I read on the forums, someone's like, oh yeah, you can just interdict those. You can? My god, it does work. Well, that was close. Oh, there's still an enemy. Is there any lore that explains what are those dry field sucking entities? There's no solid answers, but there's enough to speculate about. I mean, they're probably related to the Shrouded Dwellers in some way. Because I do believe there's one sensor ghost where, like, a ship is, like, moving around, and then once it gets close to you, it turns out it's a derelict ship with nobody inside. And then your ops chief says something about, yes, hyperspace is actually, non-Euclidean geometry, and there's other dimensions that we can't see, and our sensors are doing their best to interpret it for our three-dimensional brains. So, the implication of, like, these sensor ghosts are somehow related to alternate dimensions, which certainly applies to the Dwellers. That connection is possible, right? And the fact that the Dwellers, if you try to interdict the abyssal lights, it interacts with them, right? It pisses them off. And the fact that you can interdict the sensor ghosts, like, there's a connection there. I mean, you know what? Maybe the sensor ghosts are Shrouded Dwellers. It's just that Shrouded Dwellers can only fully manifest in abyssal hyperspace. And then in, like, regular non-abyssal hyperspace, they can't. And that's where we get the ghosts. So, like I said, enough to speculate about, but no solid answers. I'm gonna go scan the gate first, then I think I'll do the bounty. Yeah, this one. 31 days? That's enough time. Where do you get the princess? That is... There's a quest line. There's a professor at the academy, Cornelius Ellick. He'll reach out to you and give you the information you need to find it. Hey, look at that. An alpha core. Honestly, it's kind of like the least exciting out of all of the options, but it is still an alpha core. In other words, I can bully the space demons without consequences. Well, if you want to look at it that way, sure. If it makes you feel better about the abyssal glare blowing up your ships. Huh. This would be really nice to find at like the start of the game. An apogee that doesn't cost a story point. Too bad it's high-tech. It does look like there's a bit of lore here. An makeshift instrument package has been added to one of the apogee sensors bulbs. Gate scanner provided you to by Cruise. It's treachery when you see it like this. Couldn't tell you who did it. Sensor logs are scrubbed down to the crystal. Registry says the ship was hired out of Madeira. Crew of mixed civvy spacers. Huh. So there were people trying to scan this gate, but they got stabbed in the back. Well, sucks to suck. The apogee used to be pretty good in the late game too, not just the early game. But that was not because the apogee itself was all that amazing, but because the squall was kind of broken. The pre-nerf squall, that thing was a lot of fun. Well, it's a lot of fun if you like sitting outside of your enemy's weapon range and just pounding them into scrap with missiles. No, I just realized they got the Mark 1 Yanis drive. They got fried by the resonance. Oh, you know what? That makes sense. Although they did say that the data crystals were wiped, which indicates that maybe it was a deliberate sabotage, or it could be a side effect of getting blown up by the gate. The squagoat. That's, yeah. That's a weird sounding way of putting it, but yes. The squall is the goat, the swagoat. Any lore about the relation between the Zig and the Omega/Hypershunt? I don't think there's anything in text form, but there is like an obvious connection because the motes that the Ziggurat spawns do show up near the Hypershunts. Right, and those are the only... Well, I think those plus the gates are like the only places that those shows up. The gates get them sometimes, the Hypershunts get them, which we know that the Hypershunts were... The domain used the Hypershunts to power the gate system, so that makes sense. Then the Ziggurat also has it. And then, of course, you have Tesseracts guarding the gates. And what do you find at... and then the Ziggurat has, like, Omega weapons as well. I think. Or maybe that's... Does it? Well, at the very least, we know that at Alpha Site they have a cache of Omega weapons. And that Tritachyon was studying them. So there's, like, connections, but nothing really solid. Yeah, see, this is the princess I know. It's blown up 2 segments, so I can't complain too much, but, yeah, the AI, unfortunately, does not know how to go around things. It only knows how to point at what it's aiming, at its target, and drive forward. Or sometimes strafe sideways, when it's feeling fancy. Yeah, I can't really take on a station module by myself, so I'm going to wait for Princess to figure it out. Go, go, Gadget Princess. Machine. The Princess Machine. Sounds like the title for like an RPG Maker horror game. The Princess Machine. That gets us a little more League and a little more Legend. We're becoming a legend within the League. Look at that. Improved by 7. How's our relations doing? 68? Yeah, if I dump some cores onto their market, not at the market, if I hand in some cores through official channels, that should get me enough reputation that I think I can buy. Oh look, it's Madeira. That's where the apogee came from, is this place. Well, I was going there anyways. Do people realize Brazil don't have gates? Yes. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by the question. Tritachyon is the one faction that doesn't have a gate in their home system. I believe the implication has always been that whilst the shutdown is unknown, AI has been doing everything it can to keep the gates closed. Yeah, it does seem like that. Supplies to spare. So these are all about resigning. I was kind of hoping to find answers about that apogee, since it said it came from here, but I guess not. Maybe if I go to the bar, but first, AI cores. 19 points? Yeah. Yeah, he's a terrorist. I am a good League citizen. The most one... Drinking a cup of tea. Yeah, okay, this guy does not... I have some doubts that this guy's gonna do anything worth... Yeah. Even if you give the DNA to somebody, they're probably not gonna go anywhere with that. Oh, it would be interesting if there was a follow-up where Cotton actually gets arrested if you do that. Well, anyways. We got money. And we got the reputation. There it is. Look at that. We can buy conquests. We can buy Pegasus. Pegasi, perhaps. I think we only need one, though. Do I want... Because we've got 3 options for cruisers here. You can spin the planet? Yes, you can. You've got to right-click. But when there's a planet here, you can right-click and you can spin. Alright, yeah, I guess we'll buy a Pegasus. Getting a little upgrade. Move on over. Might want to have to change some of our skills at some point, but yeah, I think this is going to be the flagship. Dragonfire? We have 1. Do you guys sell? They do. We're going to do Dragonfire. Auto lances are nice. Heavy autocannons, that's a League weapon. For now, do I have to use burst lasers? I might. Let's do burst lasers like this. Let's see. I might want extended shields to cover my back. Yeah, I don't have missile spec yet, so I'm going to want that. Do I not have ECCM? Oh no, do I not have EC... Oh no, I do have it. Okay, I just didn't see it. There it is. Good, good, good. Excellent. Yeah, I'm wondering about this. I think I want gravitons. Ooh. The one hand, if I'm committing to using League weapons, I can't use hypervelocity drivers, which kind of sucks. How many autolances do I own? 3? I mean, it doesn't hurt to buy more. Let's buy some League weapons. There we go. 0? We'll buy more. Buy them. Snap them up. I need them. Yeah, wait, I don't think the League actually gets Devastators, which is devastating to the Conquest. Well, not quite, but it sucks. Yeah, I think it's probably going to be like a mix of gravitons for some extra shield pressure, and then some auto lances for some extra hull damage. And the Dragonfires will be our like burst damage / anti-armor. That's probably the direction we're going to go. Don't have any gravitons right now, but I guess I'll do like 2 auto lances. I am tempted to do expanded magazines. 6 auto lances might be... I mean, it would lack shield pressure without the gravitons, but 6 auto lances does vaporize hull. And for like almost no flux cost. It also keeps us safe from fighters, which would be really useful against threat. And then I could S-mod magazines for like all 6 auto lances and the burst lasers. It'd be kind of funny. I don't know if it'd be the best idea, but it would be funny. How many of these do I own? Another 3. Yeah, I have exactly 6 in total. threat ballistics are outdated lore-wise. Well, that's kind of true, but not exactly, because it does say that the models, when you scan them, they are outdated, but they contain unlicensed modifications. So the original model, like what the threat are using, is not the original model. They've been modified, which is probably why they're so much more efficient than human ballistics. It's like threat has they've been inventing. It's meme beam time. Yeah, I think so. All right. I'll just dump those into caps for now, and then we'll go back to our base and finish that up. We're gonna have to leave Princess at home. Can't afford a conquest. Yeah, I think I want to hold on to that. I don't want to dump all my cash. What can I put here? You are actually, oh my, level 7 officer in the Sunder, and it's perfect. Wait. No, wait, it is actually perfect. Helmsmanship, combat endurance. Yeah, combat endurance, because we already get maxed out. Combat readiness doesn't matter, but helmsmanship, that's good. Field modulation, you betcha. Target analysis, systems. Yeah, this is perfect. I didn't think of that, but yeah, the level 7 officer is perfect for this. Nice. Yeah, we want to start actually making our fleet look midline. It's not just about what we're using, it's about the aesthetics of it. For now, that does mean... oh, I do have an anti-man blaster. Nice, okay. Personally doesn't get their hands on those, but shh, nobody needs to know. Just don't tell Reynard Hanan and we'll be fine. I don't think it needs shield conversion. I think it'll be fine without it. It does want an automated repair unit, though, if you're going to be doing this. I'm just going to pilot it. You know what? That skill set's good enough, yeah. That skill set... wait, I said good enough, but actually that's great. Field modulation, impact mitigation. It wants point defense to get extra range on those. Helmsmanship, ordnance. Yeah, that's pretty good, actually. I like it. Nice. Come on, hardened shields. I think we might have to leave the missile slot empty. Either we go autoloader and then put a Reaper there. We're going to want that. Max level reached. Oh, right. I don't think I have the... Yeah, I don't think there is a skill that increases max level, so... It is capped out at level 5, huh? Well, the gates failed because Y2K style issue, except they didn't fix it before it could happen. That would be really embarrassing for the domain. Princess hit retirement. Yeah, it's time to retire, Princess. It's time to move on to bigger and better things. I want more capacity. But I don't think... Autoloader is tempting, all things considered. Oh, you know what? This guy doesn't get target analysis, does he? Yeah, he's going to have to live without it. I guess it's fine, because he's mostly going to target, like, frigates and destroyers. But I guess with that in mind, it's fine if we miss out on the Reaper. I guess we'll get hardened subsystems for now. I'm not going to get that last S-mod just yet. We'll hold off on that. I guess I could get, like, Flux Coil Adjunct. Just get that capacity up. But yeah, like, this guy's got safety overrides with elite field modulation. Look at the, right, and ordnance expertise, so look at that. He's got way more dissipation than he needs. What's your personality? Steady? I'm gonna have to make that more aggressive, but for now, this is fine. What am I gonna throw you up against? Throw you up against those dogs of the hegemony. go. The ion cannon is nice, but without elite target analysis, it's going to fall off. So I'm not sure if I'm going to keep that. I guess it's fine for now, because we're not really fighting remnants yet. But you can see, this is, Safety of Right Centurion's pretty good. Machine guns, you rip through shields, then you paralyze them with the ion cannon, you do armor damage with the antimatter blaster. And then, it can get pretty respectable shields, but even after it runs out of flux, it can just pop damper field and run away. Maybe I do want to give it a missile. Yeah, damper field. Use it again, yeah. Soak those missiles. Do you need to check weapon groups for the new ones? Huh? Hear me out. S-mod, integrated point defense add, apply bonus range to aim blaster and ion cannon. I don't think that's necessary in this case. I don't actually, you know what? I think the last patch made it so that it doesn't apply to the antimatter blaster anymore. If I'm not mistaken. But the ion cannon already has 500 range, so it's already at the limit of safety overrides. It wouldn't really benefit from it much. Right, the reason I'm doing it for the machine guns is because they only have 300 range. Right, and the soft cap is at 450. So going up to you get the first 150 bonus range, you get the full amount. Least tanky low-tech frigate. Well, that's the thing. This thing is tankier than the Lasher, even though it's a midline frigate. It feels pretty low-tech, but it has hybrid slots, so it's not. Yeah, so these are this is what I'm going to use to capture the points. Is these things. Oh, you know what? That's right. It's not until level 12 that I increase the number of the max level for my officers, so I could get another skill. That's right. I forgot. I could get target analysis. And then at level 14 I can make it elite. So yeah, the ion cannon can stick around. Alright. Okay, I think that's good enough. We'll hold on to the Mule and the Gemini so we'll have like, it's kind of a ridiculous fleet. Pegasus, Sunder, Centurion, Mule, Gemini, and then this is going to storage. The Sunder could really use escort package if I'm going to be carrying it around. Yeah. And I think I want to oh wait, hold on. I've got to get extended shields, right. There we go. Yeah, which unfortunately means dropping the missiles, but I think that's fine. I guess I could drop the Vulcan and get some Reapers, but I don't think that's worth it. I'd rather have the ability to shoot down fighters. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. If we look at our Empire, Beaufort, still mining. Yeah, okay, now we want to go here and we want to go to Stanistan, and we actually want to... Well, I want to apply the cryo engine, but first I've got to visit Chico Mostok, talk to the High Hegemon, And then we can do the next step of the gate quest. Princess doesn't fight, he just consumes the enemy hulls. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? Maybe something in like a kind of a junker ship that has like big saw blades on the front and just mulch it, just turns enemy ships into supplies by ramming into them. I don't think it would fit in the lore of Star Sector, but it is the kind of thing that somebody would make in a mod. If they haven't already. Like to meet the High Hegemon. Yep. And over and... Oh, I should have said I thought you'd be taller. I should say that because I am letting it on a bit thick, isn't it? Okay. So I think I'm not gonna do Yurubei a favor because he wants to reunify with the hegemony, which of course Stan League is very much opposed to that. The tariff's too high, especially for me. Nice cruiser. I've got bigger. Is measuring up really what's important right now? Yes. Yes, it is. Bro, Enduring Hope? Stanley... My name is Stan League, and I think that's cringe. I mean, yeah, threat does unfabricate you, but, you know. There's more than one way to fry a spaceship. Prototype time, of course. The best thing to do with that is to use it in my own system, of course. Naturally, yes. I don't think I want to colonize this one, do I? Yeah, I don't think I've even scanned this one. So I'll go do it there. Bruh. You're chasing pirates and you interrupt my jump. Wow. Man, for Vast Ruins, that's pretty bad. Just an Alpha Core in month 1 and then no blueprints in month 2. You know, I'll probably get better loot later on. This is probably just buried a bit deeper. But those are some pretty weak first months. Damn, Bofer, you really let me down. What would be worse than getting unfabricated by the threat or meeting the dwellers? I mean, getting unfabricated by threat just means that your physical material is gone. The Shrouded Dwellers might do some wacky shit with your soul. I mean, they call them demons for a reason, I assume. Okay, let's see if I can time this correctly this time go around. Because I'm pretty sure I messed this up last time. The last time I did this... Oh, there's something out there. Debris field. Because you can actually avoid the explosion. Alright. You just gotta do the timing right. I'm gonna save. First things first, you start the jump. You wait until it's about there. scan, use, leave. Oh, man. Okay, I used it a little too early. Let's reload. Okay, let's get the timing right. It's about there. Yes, we skipped the explosion this time. So you have to wait until the... So if you look at the bar, you have to wait until it's a little over 3/4 full. But I think the game needs more gameplay changing content, maybe some sort of dungeons or something like that. You think so? I don't know, I think the game needs a lot of polish in a few areas. Like, something that might help would be... Like, because the early game can be pretty difficult when you're learning the game, so something that could help would be like imagine Galatia, like, if there's some, like, unique NPCs you could find at Galatia Academy that you could just ask about stuff. Right? Like, there's a lot of, in the community, there's a lot of, like, knowledge that we've accrued about shipbuilding. Like, generally speaking, you want to keep your flux dissipation and your weapon flux about the same. If you're a new player, that might not be obvious to you right off the bat. So maybe have, like, at Galatia Academy, you could have, like, an engineer whose whole thing is that he knows everything about all the different ship specifications. And so he can answer some of those general... So he could give that kind of, like, generalized advice if you're struggling. So, I think stuff like that could be really helpful for the game. It wouldn't be... Like, it wouldn't mean anything to me, because I would already know a lot of that advice, but for someone who's starting the game and struggling to figure out combat, that might be really useful. Right? It would give them, like... access to that kind of advice without having to go outside the game and integrating it into the world in a way that makes sense. Like, heck, there could be like a dialogue option when you're talking to Sebastian where it's like, one of the options could be, hey, I'm struggling with ship loadouts. Is there any information at the academy? And then he could go, oh, well, there's one guy who's like an engineer who knows everything about ships, and then after talking to him, it like gives you that contact information for that character, that sort of thing. Okay, now I can finally go add the cryo engine to Stanistan, and then I'll go back to the core worlds. I would want more ways to glass planets. Well, that's always useful. Maybe a way to activate the planet killer. Do you think we need a tutorial / easy to hard challenge which rewards a new player with... I mean, there already is a tutorial with cash or even ships. I mean, that's kind of just like playing the game, right? Like, you do bounties, it might challenge you. But if you're playing on easy mode and you're like save scum because it's your first time, then you should be able to figure it out. Okay, it's just a commerce raider. It's doing spins, I guess. Sure. I would at least like something in Mountain Blade where you can say other armies in your kingdom follow you. I believe if you go to this tab, I think that's what the orders tab is for. It's just that this hasn't been implemented yet. But I am pretty sure that in the future, he has mentioned the idea of having, like, fleets deployed from your colonies come support you in combat. Alright, let's get that fleet size up. I mean, the quality is nothing, but, you know what? Let's go to Doctrine and just max out quality. Since we don't have a heavy industry yet. On average, 4 D-mods. Okay. What if I drop it down to 0? What's the average number of D-mods then? What then, Stanistan? Average of 5 D-mods. So, do I want maximum ships or maximum quality? Look at that, look at those D-mods versus smaller ships, but less D-mods. Probably size. Just get more ships maxed out, and don't worry about quality. Yeah, they're already going to have a ton of D-mods. I don't think maxing out ship quality is going to, like, matter. Okay, I want to put that in storage, which is over at New Volturn. Let's go. Alright, what have we got? Wow. Are you sure this is Vast Ruins? Because this is giving me, like, this is almost as bad as Scattered Ruins. Are you sure? I've got an Alpha Core, I've spent story points, why is it giving me such garbage? This gotta be just unlucky. Sure, whatever. At the very least, I get some cores. It's not nothing. Speaking of cores, 3 alpha cores that I can use. Let's make some more money. Let's make some more money. Very nice. That Ludic majority, I'm sure, appreciates the Brother Alpha. I think Ruin Loot gets worse as you pop open more ruins. That would be odd. Because I don't think I've had that problem in the past. Where I did like a dig site at one place, then abandoned the colony, then started one somewhere else. I've done that before and got plenty of like rare items from the second one. Right. Assign beta core. Very nice. Yeah, I think this place is just going to stay the way it is. Oh, look at that. I can actually shut off hazard pay and it's still growing. Although, yeah, I think I'm going to keep that on. It's a nice growth rate. Alright, so we've massaged our call. Oh, right, I just talked about dropping off. I dropped off the weapons, but I've got to drop off Princess. Not my problem, not my problem. Definitely not my problem. I've got a few Marines, but I'm probably going to want... I think around 100 is good for dealing with the Tritachyon crisis. Okay, now we can drop this off. 2,000 crew capacity. Okay, well, I don't think I need these anymore. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I need the Nebulous anymore. We're good. Yeah, so I think I'm going to go over to the magic system. And I'm going to buy some Marines from, how do you pronounce it? Tibetchina? Tibetchina. I'm going to buy some Marines from that place and then use the Marines to raid it. Princess returned to the tower indeed. It's like reverse Mario. I am Bowser. You know what? It's actually convenient, because we're going to be going to the same system that we need to go to finish the main quest line. Sure. I'm busy. You guys may live. Although it would be kind of funny to go in with Oh, I forgot to... Yeah. Well, I think it's fine. It's fine. Look, if anything tries to fight me, I'll just blow it up with a million dragon fires. It's not an issue. Pulling a Daenerys. Yeah, we up here straight up Targaryening it. Flames of the Dragon. An actual paint system instead of making new sprites, that would be great. That would be great. I'm not sure how... But that seems like something that would be implemented, like, after... the game is... After the game is finished, like post-launch support, almost. Post 1.0. Who could possibly be at Glacier Academy that's dangerous? Pink Invictus. You know what'd be funny? Invictus painted like the Executor. Fine. You guys want to fight? We'll fight. I mean, it's probably not going to be... This might suck. This might be terrible. But we're going to try it. I do have a lot of skills, so even though the build is not finished, I should just be able to spam Dragonfires and win. They're just pirates, right? You can be cooperative with Remnant? That sounds like a Nixerlin, probably. Oh, is this vanilla? Not quite. I've got a couple of faction mods, and I've got second in command. Man. That gas giant really takes up the whole screen, now that I'm looking at it. Auto Lance, go. Thank you, Sender. Very cool. Oh, those are from Scalartech. Flames of the Dragon. Oh, of course it lives on 1 HP. Auto Lance, you've done it again. Cleansing... Oh man, it's scared of the auto cannons. Where is this aiming? Where is it aiming? Huh? How peculiar. Now these wasps are a problem because they could actually shoot down the dragon fires. Potentially. Alright, let's get rid of you. Yep, they shot down all of those dragon fires. I just spammed a bunch of them and none of... Yep, nope, the wasps are shooting all of them down. Princess, where are you? I know I left you in the castle. I'm sorry. There's too many wasps! I can't do anything! Wasps are good! Use wasps, guys. If you get the opportunity, use them. I can't, because even if I keep shooting them... I've got auto lances and burst lasers, and I keep shooting them down, but they keep respawning. And as long as they're swarming over me, I can't fire any dragon fires at anything. They just do not hit the target. It is impossible. I am trying. I promise I'm trying. They don't get anywhere. Here's 8 of them. Okay. There we go. Damn. I underestimated you, wasps. Flames of the Dragon. Greetings, chat. Greetings, BBE. Greetings, name I can't pronounce. You're now a certified gamer. Great timing. We could use more fresh meat. This guy. This guy over here. Seriously, that got shot down? See, one of the nice things about DEMs in theory is that because they have range, you can kind of protect them with your shield bubble. The problem is that that doesn't work against wasps. Because they're fighters, they just fly right over you. And they can shoot at your stuff anyways. It's like this one right here. I'm protecting it with my shield bubble while it charges up, but if I get attacked by wasps, they can just fly over me and ignore that. Which is a problem. It does look like the Sunder almost killed this thing, so it's going to retreat, and I don't have to worry about the wasps anymore. And the Centurion's keeping those guys busy. Cleansing fire. The tide will not yield. Right, and the auto lances should be able to... Yeah, there we go. They're still not retreating. Oh, there's another one. Hooray. You guys and your wasps. Get rid of them. Not the bees! They're in my eyes. Yeah, the buff, the wasps got, like, better, partly because threat. They're really good against threat, and partly because they just got buffed directly. So yes, if you like wasps, I agree. They are good. Right, there we go. Finally. I mean, they didn't even break through my armor. It was just annoying, because I was worried I was going to run out of ammo. And we killed all of them. Beautiful. Not a single soul remains. Okay, now we can do the main story. Okay, that's done, that's done. So I could tell you about the plan, but I don't want to. So we're going to go over to the magic system, but first I want to go to Tibetchina. Or Tibicina. I haven't even tried against threat yet. How is it? Yeah, wasps, they're good against threat. They do a good job against the attack swarms. They clear them out. They clear out all the fragments with their Stinger class mines. Ah, there we go. Tachyon blueprint. Dragonfire torpedo pod blueprint. You mean the very weapon I'm already using? That's perfect. There we go. Now we're getting something. Instead of getting nothing. Joe, if you press caps, time speed go up to go 4. If you press caps, then time speed up go to 4. That's a mod. That's enough. I don't have that mod. I'm convinced, starting a new playthrough and going straight for the bees. They kill frigates, and they kill enemy fighters really good. Don't expect them to kill like anything bigger than that, though. No, I don't want to go to the jump point. I want to go straight to... Well, actually, I don't need my transponder on. Because in this system, it doesn't matter. So we can hire Marines from this place. Heck. You know what? Actually, I want to hold on to my medals. I forgot about that. I forgot I was doing that, yeah. Because I am going to activate the Hypershunt at some point. It's good to stock up on medals. Okay. So we hire Marines from them, and then we can use the same Marines to launch a raid. Disruption, 1 on each. Extreme casualties, I don't care. We're gonna tank the casualties. Plus 19, plus 20, plus 20. Beautiful. That gets us progress right here. So it gets you about 58 to 59 every time. So you just do that a few times, and that'll finish the whole quest line. You do it 3 or 6 times in total. And the thing is, it's just so easy because they can't stop you. And if you lose Marines, you can just hire more when you show up again. Yeah, there is a speed up mod that does do that. What's the best way to get started with the mods? There's a mod index on the forum that sort of links to a lot of the, I guess, verified mods, you'd say. Stuff of quality and character. Don't gotta pay dead Marine salaries after all. Now you're thinking. Right, I've got to meet Kanta. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the pirates can get mad if they want. It's not my problem. Didn't I just do this? Why can't I do this again? That's gotta be a bug, right? There's no way that's a good idea. I don't want to bug it out. I'm tempted to click it, but I also don't want to deal with the consequences. Alright, let's head over to Epiphany. We are so very close to finishing this quest line. Alright, let's grab another. You know what? I wonder if Brother... Because I got the bar event with Brother Cotton first. So I wonder if he's going to be mad at me that I gave his DNA to the security. Does he even know? Yeah, okay. It doesn't look like it comes up. You did appear then to be an enemy of a righteous cause, and where we battle our enemies, that is all. Yeah, it doesn't look like the fact that I gave his DNA to security forces even came to his attention. Maybe they're just too incompetent, and they haven't even done anything. Yeah, I'm not gonna... I already know his dialogue. Alright, I was curious if that would come up, but it doesn't look like it does. I think the security guy probably tossed the mug out immediately. That's possible. Maybe he doesn't believe you. He seemed a bit overwhelmed more than anything. But maybe I'm just misreading what it was trying to communicate. But he did, to me it seemed like he was kind of dumbstruck. Okay. So, where are the pirates? Ahead of us. Okay. That's annoying. No, I physically cannot avoid that. Okay. You never know where they're going to spawn from. In this case, they just spawned right in front of me. Get me out of here. Alright, let's get a reward. Yeah, I think Brother Cotton is really... he's popular for a reason. His dialogue is really well written, right? Like, you know, Pathers are kind of terrorists, and they do kill a lot of people for... They just kill a lot of people that don't need to die. But when you talk to Lud, he's like, well... Or not Lud. You talk to Brother Cotton, he's like, well, you know... You appear to be an enemy to our cause. And what do we do with enemies? We fight them. And it's like, yeah. Yeah, I do that. When pirates attack me, I kill them too. Because they're my enemy. The enemy of my goal of making money. Right? Whereas you actually have, higher aspirations than just making money. Although, and there does seem to be some, in the Star Sector universe, there's some validity to that. You could lie and say Brother Cotton was complimenting the size of your Prometheus, and I wouldn't really know. Well, that would be some interesting dialogue. You have beliefs? Cringe. No, I'm saying that that Cotton has beliefs. The player has money. Beliefs are, listen. Ideology is for poor people. Rich people have money. I mean, there's a lot of things you could say. I don't really feel that strongly about you, Baird. You know? Yeah, you clearly have a lot of leverage over people, and you don't care about and obviously they don't like that, so it's not surprising that they take whatever opportunity they can to get away from you. Yeah, I mean... I just don't feel that strongly about it. It is what it is. So I'm just gonna leave. Like, you know, it's like, sure, if you want to do that, go ahead, but you know, don't be surprised when people when your actions have consequences. It's like, what? You're telling me my actions have consequences? Yeah, I don't know. It's like cause and effect. You know, you throw an apple into a tree and it falls on some nerd's head. You know, what goes up must come down. You hold leverage over people to get them to do what you want. They look for ways to escape that situation. It's like gravity. It's just obvious. I kind of wish your streams happened on Sundays. This is my second one, and I watched this while eating my lunch before going to my job. Well, you're in luck, because the next one is going to be on Sunday. Is it gate hauler time? It will be gate hauler time. I wonder how many transplutonics I have saved up. Because I know I did save up a little bit. I'm not sure if it's enough. Ooh, Stanistan. It's getting bigger. Alright. Oh, that's right. I'm still sitting on 2 industries. Because I didn't have the money to build a commerce. Well, I have the money to build a commerce, so I'm going to build a commerce. Hell yeah. Sleeper cells? Yeah, but they're not going to do anything. I've already Orioned my scythe. Please tell me you installed the Gate Hauler Waifu mod. Hamster. What the hell are you talking about? Okay, I do have enough transplutonics. Excellent. You only need to care about 800, because there is a little bit of them on site. So let's just grab 800 of those, store the metals. Yeah, because I want to store up 20,000 metals-ish. So that I could theoretically start up the... Yeah, 25% income is kind of impossible to pass up. Take the alpha core out. Do I have the... No, I don't. Yeah, I do not have the Dealmaker Holosuite. Gonna learn those. That's a shame. But I do, I mean, I've got a couple alpha cores, I've got Fullerene Spool. It's good enough. And that finishes, it'll 75% boost to income. Okay. I do need more ordnance points. Here's the thing. You know what? The rate of fire penalty I don't think matters, because you use fast missile racks anyways to bypass the cooldown. If I was using like squalls, that would matter because they have a stream of fire, but I don't think there's any downside. It's just 30 ordnance points. Let's do that. It's a bit silly, but we're doing it. We're going for the meme. We're going magazine. Okay. Now I'm tempted to get S-modded extended shields to cover the back end, but I don't want to make that decision just yet. You know, in the next patch you'll be able to change, you'll be able to swap out S-mods using your heavy industry and a ton of credits. That's something that's coming in the next official version. But right now we don't have that feature yet, so don't want to make a permanent decision. Expand. Expand aggressively. Do I still need these? I guess so. It's better than nothing. Yeah, I don't have any midline in storage. Yeah, I've just got to save up some credits so that I can... Well, first of all, Stanistan needs another industry, so I need to save up some credits so I can do that. Then I also need to save up credits so that I can buy more midline ships. S-mod changing, yes. It costs a ton of... The idea is that if you have a heavy industry and like hundreds of thousands of credits lying around, you can swap S-mods without requiring... You can take your... So it's like if I decide in the future that I don't want missile racks anymore, then I could swap it to like ECCM or something. I've been removing S-mods by taking and removing the skill that's get to have 3 S-mods. Yes, that does work. Cost story points, but I have tons. Yeah, usually people have a lot more credits lying around than story points, but if you do have a lot of story points, then yeah, you can just remove best of the best and then add it again, and that lets you remove an S-mod and then add it back. But in the future, you'll be able to spend credits to just swap it directly without, and you can save your story points that way. Can change S-mods with the Ship Mastery System mod. I don't think I've heard, or... Yeah, I don't really know that one. Maybe I'll have a look at it. Wait, it's growing. Oh yeah, hazard rating 125. Yeah, I don't really want it to grow, though. But there's not really any way for me to kind of like slow it down. Wait, what if I... Okay, hold on. That's probably a bad idea. But what if I shut off the spaceport? Oh no. Because all the accessibility comes from the spaceport. I'm going to save, and I'm going to shut down the spaceport and see what happens. Yeah, that hurts, oh, yeah. Stability tanked, can't afford food, can't, minus 83% access. Oh, there's, oh, interesting, okay. So if you drop the spaceport, it's not actually minus 50, it's minus 150. Okay. So yeah, that's not really an option. I guess we're just going to leave it. Ship mastery is fun in my opinion. You earn XP on each ship and then spend it on S-mods. Oh, I think I know that one. Okay. Yeah, that one lets you get more than 3 S-mods by just using the same ships. Okay, progressive S-mod. Ship mastery is another. Okay. Yes, that description sounds familiar. Earning XP on a ship. Will you read the changelog again at the start of the stream when the next update comes out? Yes, that is the plan. Oh, so they both do the same kind of thing, just slightly different. All right. Interesting. Gotcha. Acknowledged. I think the first thing I'm going to want is some fuel. And supplies. Well, this is going to be expensive. Oh boy. That's expensive. And the next thing I'm going to do is gates. Gates. I guess I can go here and slip search down. And then we're going to go... Oh, wait. I think I'm going to bring Princess for this one. I'm not confident in the Pegasus by itself. Because I do have to kill the Guardian. That is a requirement. Yeah. Hornet's expertise, ballistic mastery. I think this is the skill setup we want. Okay. Let's go. Let's-a go like a Mario. It's-a-me, Mario! Woohoo! This is the sound Stan Lee makes when he uses the gate system. I'm not going to do that every time, though. Don't make me do that. Alright, we're already getting ghost. What do you want? Is it my drive field? Is that what you want? No, it isn't. Bro, why? Oh my god, it's literally the meme of like, and my job here is done. But you didn't do anything. Leaves anyways. Like, I just exited that system. I know there's a gate there. Little space ghost, okay? You're not telling me anything new. Now don't worry, apparently this is getting changed in the next patch, but like it's like there's two types of like these sensor ghosts. One of them eats your drive field, one of them's supposed to lead you to an interesting system. Right now the second type often just leads you to the system you exited. And I've suggested changing that and you know, adding a little check to make sure it always leads you to a new system. And apparently that's going to be added, so that'll be nice. Big Mario energy. Yes. Please don't. Good, I'm glad you agree. It's alright. No ruins. Surprising. Do I have enough supplies? I hope so. Probe? We're out here probing it. Well, hopefully the level 7 officer will just take care of this. Oh, you'll be fine. You've got an S-mod repair unit. If you get malfunctions, just fix them. You can catapult yourself across the map now. Yeah, that was added in the last update. There's a third type, a siren. Oh, right, there is a third type that leads you to like an ambush, right? I just forget about that one. Yeah, see, the level 7 officer, that knows it. She knows her way around Asunder. Second Eventide. Ah, the mothership. Right, I did learn the location earlier, didn't I? And then I forgot to follow up on that. Let me just tag this as important. Exploration, mothership, yeah. Both of them are pointing to the same system. This system. So I guess we'll just kill the mothership. Maybe we'll get like a catalytic core. Maybe a nano forge. Definitely going to get an alpha core. Guaranteed one of those. Where is it? In the outer reaches. I wasn't even thinking about the mothership when I showed up here. But yeah, I should do that. The fact that it's outer reaches is kind of a pain though. I don't have a neutrino detector. So I can't even pretend that I can look for it. Oh, it's somewhere in the outer reaches, huh? Great. Well, I'm going to save, and I'm going to search for it. And if I find it somewhere stupid, I'm going to reload the save and then go directly there to save myself some calendar time. It better not be further than this, because if it says outer reaches, like, it should just be beyond that last asteroid belt, and that's about it. If it's further than this, I'm going to be hugely irritated. No, it's got to be there. That's it. Alright. Let's go get some loot. Gamma core. Better than nothing. Yeah, look at that. Automated defenses, barely anything. I mean, it's a lot of supplies to deploy this thing, but it's... I mean, I want to have some fun. Let's go. It's dragon time. Yeah, I mean, I put Princess in the box, but then I realized if I'm going to go get the Gate Hauler, I'm going to need a little more firepower if I want to do it reliably. Especially if they have bonus skills from the Second in Command mod. Because the Pegasus is not ready. It has not reached its final form yet. Man, I wonder if I can get through this without firing a single Dragonfire. The Auto Lances should be able to do this, right? Like, look at that. With 6 of them? Yeah, we could just vaporize armor. No big deal. Princess has already killed that. Excellent, excellent. Like, look at this. I don't even need missiles. I just need auto lances. The best weapon in the game. Which Omega weapons are best? My go-to is always Reality Disruptor and Cryoblaster. Because Reality Disruptor can stun lock a lot of enemies. Just permanently. It does like 1,000,000 EMP damage, and also doubles repair time. Whereas Cryoblaster has, like, the best hull DPS. Just in just a medium, and it's a... It has better DPS than, like, large weapons against hull, but it's a medium weapon. I don't think I've ever used Autolance somehow. It's not too surprising, because it doesn't look... Another Synchrotron core. Oh, you shouldn't have. Maybe we'll get another item. Sometimes you get, like, 2? Yeah, there it is. We got an Alpha core, a second Synchrotron core, and a pristine Nanoforge. I knew it. But yeah, the Autolance on the face of it doesn't look super exciting. It's just like a cheap fragmentation beam with low sustained DPS. Yeah. But the reality is it's very efficient. It's cheap, it's efficient, and it does almost as much hull damage as a high-intensity laser, as long as the charges last. for a fraction of the cost in a medium slot. Sure, it doesn't do the anti-armor damage, but that's, again, if you look at the Sunder, this thing ripped like 500 high explosive DPS, 500 fragmentation DPS. So this breaks through the armor, and then it does triple the damage against hull once you factor in the auto lances. Quite good. Seems like the game wants you to become the cooler dictat. Yes. Yes, we will. Alright, now we go into the abyss. Oh, good. 2 of these guys. What do you want? Is it my dry field? It sure is. And now they're gone. I have 0 money. That's fine. Because most of that was from stockpiles. So if I just wait a couple months, my passive income will pay that back. Or at least that's what I tell the crew. Don't leave, guys. My paycheck is coming, I promise. Rocket A and B is crazy too. People really love the antimatter SRM. And it's good, but people sing its praises to high heavens, and I feel like on a lot of the ships I tried it on, it was just kind of okay. But I'm probably using it wrong. It seems like it might be the best to use it on like a Afflictor. Put it in the universal slots. Right, get ECCM, missile specialization, and phase anchor. And it gives it basically, right, if you combine all of those things, it can go into phase, rapidly recharge, and then unphase, unload the triple shot, and then go back into phase. That seems like the best way to use it. Oh yeah, Resonator MMRM is also really good. I forgot that one. It's not, like, Resonator doesn't have the same shock and awe that, like, a Reality Disruptor has when it stun locks you, but it's an infinite missile with 2,500 range that does some solid kinetic damage. Like, if you got any backline support ships like carriers, you just slap that on, and they just starts racking up a lot of extra shield damage. When I used a lot of Sunders, I had them use either Graviton Beams or Iron Lances in their means to supplement the high-intensity laser. Both feel good. Yeah, both do feel good. Gravitons make it a lot easier to break through shields on, like, frigates and destroyers. So there's an upside there. It's like the Gravitons are definitely a lot better for killing frigates. But when it comes to fire support against larger ships, the IR auto, like the Gravitons just aren't going to break through the shields. Whereas if you rely on somebody else to break through the shields and you go with the auto lances, then it just melts through hull. So it kind of depends. If it's trying to operate more independently, you would probably want the Gravitons, but if you're using it as like a support for another ship, then I think auto lances, that's where they shine. Imagine being told by your fleet commander, okay, nobody's going this way this month. Also, we're going into an abyssal expedition, so I hope your morale is high and you didn't have plans on leaving. I am a very good boss. Just trust me. Would I ever lie to you? My hot take is all missiles and torps should be infinite. Void. Now that is a hot take. Oh, you know what would be cool, though? Is if there was, like, a ship... I think Star Sector could use more support ships. You know? Like, we've got, like Omen and Anubis, which kind of fill that role. But they specifically do, like, point defense support. It would be nice if there were support ships that did other stuff. Like, maybe, like, a resupply ship that has, like, a system that reloads friendly missiles, that sends like drones that carry over ammo and reload friendly missiles. Something like that. Having, or maybe like a ship with its system like applies a buff to a friendly ship that causes it to well, I don't know. Maybe it like repairs them faster. Like a, not hull, but like sends over some drones that act like an automated repair unit, basically. Stuff like that, I think, could be very cool. So, what about something like the threat support unit that can activate allied system? Yeah, stuff like that. Stuff that, like, maybe it, like, sends... Oh, yeah, like a support, like, drone. That, like, its system could be like a drone that it sends over and attaches to a friendly ship that, like, boosts the recharge speed of its system or something. Like, support ships that aren't super good in combat directly, but they can make your other ships more powerful. I guess it's kind of what carriers are supposed to do, but, like, I mean, fighters just kill the enemy, right? Yeah, so this should give us extra transplutonics so that we can repair the gate hauler. And then we're going to have to fight the Guardian to actually get the gate. You would need to be able to assign a timid personality to support ships. Well, the thing is, he could probably just, Alex could just, like, add a new, like, tag for ship behavior, right? Because carriers have different behavior from, like, carriers already, like, if you look at, like, the Heron, for example, it already does exactly what it needs, like, if you made a support ship, you would just copy-paste the Heron's behavior. Where it likes to stay at a distance from enemies, and if it can, it'll sort of get auto-assigned to escort a friendly ship. Like, if you've ever used Herons, you'll see that sometimes they just kind of sit behind, like, a friendly capital ship, and use it as, like, a meat shield. It's like, if you just copy-paste that behavior to the support ship, then it works fine. What about a ship that had built-in ECM package? Well, I think that by itself wouldn't be enough, because even capital grade ECM package is just 4%, which is not, like, super exciting. But you could have it, like, provide ECM bonus. It's just like you would have to do other stuff too. $289. All right, and then now we go over here. Let's do this. So they've got tactical. Automation is just the default so that they can have automated ships. They got a lot of tactical bonuses. But mine's better. We have the Executor at home. That's basically what it feels like right now. I don't have no high-intensity laser like a proper Executor, but I can pretend that I do. And most enemies don't know the difference. Oh, baby. We could drive right up to this. Dragonfire. Oh, Princess took a lot of damage there, but, you know, it was worth it. Cleansing fire. Yeah, that's pretty good. Do my eyes deceive me? The mighty dragon fires. Yes, Phineas Blade, you finally got what you came for. Oh, okay. Wormhole. Select. Deploy. Transit. Okay. To shreds, you say? How's she holding up? Ah, to shreds, you say? Proceed. Where am I even sending this? Because Volturn and Stanistan already have gate, and Beaufort is going to get abandoned eventually. Alright. What's the best place to colonize? Huh. Maybe here. Oh, you know what? I think I have some in Intel. At the very least, this is kind of a nice option because it's right next to the abyss. So if I want to go farm stuff out here, I could take the gate to this system, you know, resupply at the colony, and then leave the colony and immediately use slip surge to jump into the abyss. However, I'm not sure I actually want to do that. More likely, I want to send it here where there's a cryo sleeper. And then just use the cryo sleeper to just colonize. I'll get a bunch of alpha cores, colonize every planet in the system. And I have new Volturn can supply 10 organics. And I'll just be able to grow these to size 6 in like 1 or 2 cycles. But there's no gate here. So, what's the system called? It's a bit over. Hold on. It is called Alpha Elnor. It's the yellow star next to the orange star. This one. Go. Okay, bye. Sure, I'll survey. Alright, where do I want to go? We've got the gate hauler. Yeah, I guess I can delete that now. I think I want to finish the Tritachyon commerce rating. I wonder what's going to happen when I hit 300, because I've already bypassed the pirate event, and the 300 is always... This is always a minor pirate raid. So it's probably not going to do anything. I guess we'll find out in a couple months. Let's see. If I check my colonies... New Volturn. Yeah, this is going to hit size 6 pretty soon, and then I'm just going to turn off... I'm going to go to the church, cut a deal to shut off immigration, and that'll take care of that. Yeah, most of the growth is coming from this right now. I guess I'm just going to go to the magic system. Do a little raiding all over again. Colonize every system, dominate the market, go bankrupt. You don't go bankrupt, do you? But there's definitely diminishing returns when stacking colonies. The old slot is the indomitable human spirit, you say? Well, I guess it depends on whether you think the spirit dwells within the flesh or in the soul. Or if the... Because the Onslaught used to have humans on board, but then they, got injured, replaced some of their bits with cyborg stuff. And they continued to get injured and continued to replace the material until there was no organic left. Only the machine. So there is definitely something of the crew that persists. But does the spirit dwell only in the flesh? Or can it dwell within the machine? Oh, here comes the money. Here comes the money, baby. Yeah, now this is just a drop in the bucket. I can turn that on. Ah, it doesn't even have a Dealmaker holosuite. But it doesn't need it. It's beautiful. Let's see, stability is... it's a 5 is a bit rough, but if I upgrade the orbital station a couple times, I can get up to 7. Gate hauler makes you wonder how strong is the hauler's engine that it makes the Persean sector quite fast outside hyperspace. Well, it is using an Alcubierre drive, but it's got to be consuming a lot of energy to go. That's for sure. There is a chance of fact. Yes, there is, in the abyss, black holes can appear. Rarely. It is rare, though. Emphasis on rare. That seems like a whole load of nothing. It's a fake signal. Man, I wonder if in the future, these as you progress through the story, and the story expands, or moves towards the conclusion, I wonder if you'll start to hear the singing in the abyss. Hear the music. That could be interesting. Because you could get, because like as you play through the game, you would just get so used to the fact that the abyss is quiet, and then having the music slowly fade in, that would be something. Goodbye, chat. Goodbye, Dorf. Later. Rest in peace, we hardly knew ye. Is this a black hole? Nah. I don't think I can fight threat. Not really. You mean you don't hear it? I do. Well, that's very concerning, the Beauregard. How long a year is a year in the sector? The cycles work on the same time frame as Earth. Because they have the same months, right? So, you know, a year and a third. And no blueprints. So we got like 2 blueprints, which were pretty good blueprints, and an Alpha Core, which is nice, but man, as far as vast ruins go, I'm pretty sure I've gotten that exact loot, a very similar loot haul from extensive ruins. Vast ruins, I expect more. Don't worry, the voice. Yeah, I'm hearing voices, but the voices are telling me it's okay, so I guess I'll just believe them. Flawless logic. Yeah, let's go to the neutron star. I don't think there's any gates. Oh, you know what? I was kind of rushing through that, so I forgot to pick up the wormhole anchor. I can always get it later, I guess. I mean, it's usually fine to leave this one in limbo so that you can set up a wormhole anchor in, like, one of your systems so you can get to the abyss instantly. That is nice. But, yeah, you still need to take the other end to do that. I forgore. Yeah, I don't wanna. Sorry, you're gonna have to find your own fuel. Or someone else to attack, depending on whether or not you're a pirate. Magic system. Slow down right here. Slip surge. There we go. And we're going to do a little rating. Or can I? Wait. I do have Princess with me, but I think we're fine, right? I don't think it matters. Does it matter? I don't think it matters. We'll try it. I am already here, so might as well try it. Don't need all of this heavy machinery. I'll keep 300. Gamma cores, eh? Well, I already have a high enough reputation with the League that I don't need to turn in more cores. So I'll just take the money. Alright. Can I raid them? Oh, yeah. Look at that. The raid doesn't take into account the unique ships. Which, to be fair, the Onslaught's probably not participating in the raid. So tracing it back to me would be difficult. Okay. Curious to see if a sector-wide crisis events will be implemented. I'm sure that once you get past a certain point in the story, my guess is that there is going to be some kind of endgame that like throws the whole sector into the crisis, kind of like the Death March at the end of Star Control 2. But my guess is that where Star Control 2, there's like a time limit. In Star Sector, it's probably going to wait until you trigger it as the player. There's something that you're going to do, like turning the gate system back on, that's going to trigger the endgame crisis. $16, $16, $17. It's a whole lot of stuff I'm not going to do. If we check, yep, 108. We just got to keep doing that, and it'll fill up this bar. Because this is the easiest way to, this is like just the easiest place to harass. We might even decivilize poor Tibby Cena. And what was next? I don't know if I want to colonize that now. I think, no, I want to wait until Volturn is size 4, or size 6, to colonize it, because I want the mining here, so that I can have organics right off the bat. Because supplying 10 organics will mean that we can get the full bonus from the Cryosleeper, and that's going to be good. You can also hit Scathy, it has no military garrison. Oh yeah, Scathy's pretty vulnerable too, because they're in the hegemony system. If they have no garrison either, then that's easy. What's the Death March? One of the endgame factions just, well, in Star Control 2, there's like a story to it, and one of the villain factions, yeah, well, they get what they accomplish their objective if you take too long, and then they just start wiping out all of the other races in the galaxy. But it doesn't happen instantly. It's like they start waging war against them one at a time, and you still have time to technically win the game, even after they've wiped out a few species. But if you wait until they wipe out everybody, then it's kind of over. Although there are things you can do that will delay their victory so that the Death March happens a few years later. I think it's a pretty well implemented system, but it does seem like I really doubt that Alex would want to put like a time limit on the player. Just based off of the way that he designs most of the things in the game. He would probably want the endgame state to be triggered by the player so that it doesn't catch you by surprise. I could be wrong, but that seems to be the way that he approaches game design. And like there's just the obvious form of like turning on the gates seems like the obvious way to trigger the end game. Whatever it might be. Right, so I'm going to go straight to New Volturn, which means going to... No, right, we're going to go to Scathy. I'm going to raid them, and then we're going to take the gates back to my home. I think they actually do call it a Death March at game, and not just, I'm not just making that up, probably. Okay, so, do they care about transponder in this system, I guess is the question. Hold on, let me check. Is this a... This is a free port, so the answer is no. Okay. So I'm going to wait a couple days. I hope because they did just see me. Hegemony Fast Picket is supporting the Tritachyon base. Well. Oh, right. Yeah. My bad. I forgot. See, that's the annoying thing about this system in particular, is that Tritachyon doesn't care if you have your transponder off, but the Hegemony does. And, well, I'm not anywhere near the Hegemony's colonies, but for some reason they care. We only get 2. It's better than nothing. But that's unusual. The Hegemony fast break. They've got a patrol helping a Tritachyon base. Now I've seen everything. Yes, that's right. I do have a playthrough of Star Control 2. It's not under videos, it's under the live tab. Because that's where live stream VODs get stored. Yeah, something to do on cooldown for type. Yeah. It's a little bit tougher and the reward is a little bit worse, but if you've already done Type Echina, there's not really, and you can't just like spam it. So you might as well do that one as well to get things a little faster. Okay. So this will grow very soon. Then I do want to cut a deal with the church. Get the mining set up. Commerce raiders. I think they're fighting the station. I'll join in on that. Look at my patrols with all the junk ships. Somehow there's an Aurora in there. Versus the Commerce Raiders with their S-modded ships. Disgusting. I want them. I mean, I gotta go with the Pegasus, right? I mean, Princess is definitely stronger, but Dragonfire. Isn't it best to put 3 soldiers into 1 industry and raid, because then you can do the industries too? I I don't think so, because I don't think, like, putting more soldiers into one industry does increase the duration of the disruption, but for the purposes of the event, I think it gives you the same number of points. There was maybe a mercenary? Yeah, probably. That would make more sense than just my faction somehow having an Aurora. Oh yeah, that's right, I went with the midline station. It's got Diable avionics equipment. We must have some blueprints. This actually is not bad, because I'm pretty sure these things, these big Diable avionics guns, are anti-shield. They have like a hail of like very low hit strength kinetic projectiles, and it's got the 4 Hephaestus. That could work. Yeah, see, there it is. Just look at that hail. Shred 'em. Bet 'em and shred 'em. That Anubis has burst lasers instead of paladins, so that's going to make it a lot easier to deal with. My engines are also flamed out for some reason. Not really sure how that happened, but I would like to play the game again. Yeah, I think I'm probably going to ask mod a repair unit. Because if I... Like, extended shields would protect my engines from most things, but they wouldn't protect it from, like, shield-piercing arcs. Not to mention that shield takes a while to deploy. Yes! Yes, auto-lances! Dodge that, Hyperion. Oh, you can't, because it hits instantly. That's right. Ram him. Ramming maneuver. Rambo style. Dragon fire. All that's left is this poor champion. It gives 40 each raid when I do. Alright, I'll try that next time. Stacking them all on one industry. I feel like I tried that before. It's possible that I just didn't have enough Marines and that's why it wasn't very efficient. Maybe if I have like 300 Marines instead, then that would make one. That would actually do that. Yeah, there's definitely some friendly guys in there. Well, we crossed that threshold. But that's the thing. Commerce Raiders can actually be kind of difficult to deal with because they have a bunch of S mods. But they only give you the same as disrupting an industry. It's usually easier to just disrupt industries. Yeah, I think I want to save up for this. How do you respec, actually? Does, like, you can respec your combat skills, right? I don't see the button for it. Maybe you have to spend all your skill points first? I don't know. Yeah, it's a mercenary patrol. It's gotta be from our friends at the Commerce. Okay. I think we're going to upgrade to a battle station. Get more stability, and the colony will be better defended. And I think we wait like a month. This will be size 6. We can start up mining. Give me a quick lore rundown. What did I miss? So we got all of the juice. We squeezed all of the juice out of Sugandese. Wherever it is. There it is. So we abandoned it. Now we've started We started a new tech mining colony called Beaufort with vast ruins. Now we have a proper midline flagship. We got the Pegasus. Our relationship is high enough with Tritachyon that we can finally buy some military ships from them. We're making money. We're making bank. We got the gate hauler. That's something we did. We're sending the gate hauler to the system with the cryosleeper up here. And that's going to be our next target for colonization. We're just waiting for Volturn to grow in size so I can get mining and get that organics to supply the cryosleeper. And yes, the Dragonfires did kill a few things. When we had to fight the Guardian to get the wormhole anchor, I did fire a Dragonfires at it, yes. That is what happened. The flames will cleanse them all. Yes, we found a cryosleeper up here. Right here. And in the same system, we got a couple of tundras. So that is going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, and we're going to start moving away. We're going to drop Princess, because now we want to actually have a midline fleet. Thank you for your hard work, Princess. You can retire now. Until I need you again. Then I'm going to bring you out of retirement for one last job. You know, like the military veteran at the start of every movie ever. You know? One last job. Or I guess it's not always a military vet. It's also like a, you know, a former mobster. That sort of thing. Hold right click. You mean here? You can press R while hovering over this icon. Okay. Yeah, there it is. It just requires you to read. My one weakness. Let's see. Yeah, 100%. We're about there. Boom. Ah, beautiful. Gorgeous. Right, so first, we start construction on mining. Which is going to negate... Yeah, Luddic majority is going to get negated. Oh, that does reduce the stability. Oh, I forgot. Well, we're upgrading the orbital station, so that should help. Yeah, it's probably better to leave it on Freeport for now. That should negate that. I could spend 8 story points to get 1 stability, but it seems like too much. And we're going to need this. So when this is finished, it should produce, at size 6, with +2 organics, that gets you up to 8. Industrial planning gets you up to 9, and then the Alpha Core should get you up to 10. Or maybe it'll get me up to... No. It might get me up to 9, but then I use a core in the cryo revival facility to get it down from 10 to 9. It's okay. In terms of streamers, you're at least an A tier in reading comprehension. You know what? That's probably true. You got me there. I do skip over reading in video games, but that's not because I don't like reading. I've read books, like novels. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm going to cut a deal with the church. I think that's my next step. Off to the gate we go. The stability is going to hurt for a little bit, but as soon as this finishes upgrading, that'll bring our stability back up and remove the income penalty. And that'll be nice. Because, yeah, you see, income multiplier, 140. It should be 175, but that stability is hurting. Book. Real books with real words. Even chapters in there. Yes, you're right. Look, I read all the time. I read comic books. Now, comic books are for nerds, alright? Real men read books with words. You feel me? You know what? I think that I'm on the opposite side of where I want to be. Let's head over to Magic. Whatever. While I'm at it, maybe I can raid Tibetan again. Got any admins yet? Yeah, I think I got an admin last time. Let's see if I can raid them again. We doing a little raiding. No, I want that off. Oops, almost turned it on. At least 2 weeks. Okay. So what you're telling me is I can come back in 2 weeks and do a little trolling. Good. Let's go activate that gate so I can visit the church whenever I want. But also, actually, how is the crisis coming along? Yeah, it's still at 212. So to unlock Gate Diable, do I need to finish the Academy questline? Yes. Unless you have mods. There are mods that let you skip it. Yeah, but right now, the end of the Academy questline rewards you with gate travel. So, here's the great thing, is I used the Luddic majority for the population growth bonus to get to size 6 faster, and then at size 6, I build mining, which which negates the Luddic majority bonus, but now I can cut a deal with the church. So what do you propose? Confirm. Immigration controls. Okay. Because now that it's already size 6, I'm not benefiting from Luddic majority anyways. So I can cut a deal with them to now, yeah, they've disappeared. They're not on the crisis sheet anymore. It's just Tritachyon because of competing exports. But we're already over halfway there just by raiding a couple little colonies. So once we take care of that, the only thing left is the Diktat. And they're not going to bother us until we start making fuel. So I've gotten through all the colonies without actually having to... We haven't even gotten... I'm dealing with all the crises, and we haven't even gotten up to 300 yet. How do you think the conquest is... there's been a lot of discourse around this on the forums, and the consensus is the conquest has been significantly power crept out. Well, at the start of the stream, you could see me talking about that, where I'm like, hey, look at this conquest fleet, it's pretty good. And I made the mistake of deciding to show off against a remnant fleet with like 400% bonus XP. So I do think one of the conquests died. But, I mean, aside from that little oopsie, I mean, taking 4 conquests and an Odyssey up against 400% bonus XP worth of remnants, and like 2 out of 3 times I had suffered no losses. That feels pretty good, doesn't it? I'll probably make a video just of like the conquest fleet and fully show it off, because yeah, I don't think it's that bad. The one person who really does data and like actual data analysis for Star Sector is Van Shalar on the forums, which, I mean, it's not always a perfect like battle completion time isn't the perfect metric that like solves everything, but it's like at least it is a metric, which is better than just talking about how people feel about it. And from what I understand, it seems like the Onslaught is overperforming right now after the introduction of the heavy mass driver, but other capitals are kind of like comparable, including the Conquest. So I feel like the Conquest is doing fine, and it seems like cross-referencing that with the one person who actually collects some kind of data, it seems like that backs it up. I think the Conquest gets hate because it's so officer reliant. I think it's, well, it's just different, you know. It's not like it's not like like you look at like the Onslaught, you look at the Paragon, you look at like the Invictus. You know, there's a lot of, you look at even the Legion. battle carrier. All these ships, they do the same thing, which is they just take the enemy head on. And then you get to the Conquest, and you have to do things differently. It has to avoid enemy capital ships. Right? You have to put in a void order and stay out of the way, and then look for an opportunity to ambush it when it's isolated. Or you have to take your flagship and deal with it yourself. The Conquest requires a bit of more finessing in that sense. But in exchange, it has really good DPS, and it can clear these battles pretty quickly. Quick, get all the data. No, it's mine. Haven't you seen War of the Worlds? With Ice Cube? I am the aliens, and I'm eating all the data. You can't have it. Mom said it's my turn with the data. What do I want to do next? So I've signed a deal with them. I think I'm just going to hang out in the magic system and wait until I can raid them again. Like a vulture. Which is fitting, because I'm in the Persean League. Onslaught has more DPS than Onslaught. I think you mean Onslaught has more DPS than Conquest. Right, because in the past, the Conquest is largely limited by its comparatively unimpressive flux stats. Like, the Conquest has better flux. It has both better missiles and better flux. So it should be able to get better DPS, but now that there's the heavy mass driver, with its 0.7 efficiency, the Onslaught is it's like you're trading ordnance points for extra efficiency. And if there's one thing the Onslaught has, it's a lot of ordnance points. So in the past, the Conquest had better DPS, but now with enemies getting better point defense, which doesn't completely negate the missile advantage, but it does reduce the effectiveness of those large missiles on the Conquest. And then the Onslaught being able to trade out its superior ordnance points for to make up for the lack of flux stats, it's managed to sort of surpass the Conquest in DPS. Whereas in the past, that wasn't really a thing. You know what? I'm going to buy some Marines first. Hey guys, you want to raid the station I just got you from? Yeah, boss, we're on it. We ain't got no loyalty. Fuck 'em up. That's right. 18, 18, 18. I love to see it. Commerce rating. Look at that. 220. I think I'll go do Scathy again, and then we'll be really close. Tibicina. Port Say has military, and the main Tritac system is fairly tricky without a pirate distraction. That makes sense. Yeah, that's basically what it comes down to, Mr. Boner. Can I call you Harry? Mr. Boner. Alright, Harry Boner. Yeah, the Conquest doesn't... I mean, maybe you could make a Conquest build that can compete if you can get Ballistic Rangefinder and put heavy mass drivers in the medium slots with like S-modded repair unit to increase the rate of fire. But I'm not sure it has the ordnance points to actually make that work, whereas the Onslaught does. That's the thing I'm thinking about. It's like, a big part of it is like, it has better flux stats, but now the Onslaught is able to make up for its lower flux stats by spending a ton of ordnance points on the most efficient kinetic weapon. I'm unsubbing because of the title. Goodbye, everyone. That's fair. Hydranenkos. I don't know if it needs an OP boost. It might be more that the heavy mass driver, because like this, the introduction of the heavy mass driver is largely what's causing this. At least on the at least when we're talking about like top end builds that have been like made efficient. When it comes to general purpose use, if you before you kill threat, I think the Conquest and the Onslaught are still about on par. It's just that the Onslaught is a lot more straightforward, so people find it easier to use, and the Conquest is not quite as straightforward for most people. Like, for the Conquest, you kind of have to, with the missiles, you kind of have to, like, fiddle with the weapon groups to make it force fire all of its missiles, and also make, like, maybe link up its main battery with some point defense weapons so that it stops toggling them off to save flux. Right, those sorts of things make the Conquest more powerful, whereas the Onslaught doesn't really need to do that. You just put shield, like, if you want to maximize the Conquest DPS, you just put shield shunt on it and tell it to go. If there's no shield, then it can use its entire flux bar as a magazine. Personally, though, I do like leaving the Onslaught with a shield. It's not going to kill the enemy as quickly, but I just think the gameplay of having good armor and, like, decent shields is kind of fun. You know, there's something fun about, like, blocking, like, plasma cannons and tachyon lances with your Omni Shield, and then dropping it to tank a bunch of, like, kinetic projectiles on your armor. I think that's a really fun aspect of that low tech can do. Yeah, let's keep our transponder off. Go dark. Hopefully there's no hegemony patrols. There isn't. Okay, perfect. I can raid on a few days. Okay, I can wait a few days. Yeah, the Onslaught survivability is definitely better with the shield. The advantage to shield shunt isn't defense, it's offense. Because it lets it just shoot. It can just go. Shield shunted Conquest, yeah, that's not, yeah, probably not the best idea. Although, I do think heavy armor has been kind of okay on the Conquest. It's just that, like, again, it comes back to the ordnance point issue. I think defensively the best setup isn't actually hardened shields. I tested this out. It was a long time ago, though, so maybe it doesn't hold up, but I tested it out, and it was like hardened shields versus heavy armor plus impact mitigation. The heavy armor plus impact mitigation felt a lot more durable, because once you give it heavy armor, now the AI feels confident enough to drop its shields and tank kinetics on the armor, and then put its shields back up. So once it has, like, crosses that threshold, it becomes a lot more durable. But yeah, it's just expensive. Shield shunted Conquest versus shield shunted Paragon. That sounds like a matchup made in hell. Okay, let's try doing that. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, this time sending 2 and 2, I got up to 39. Wait. Yeah, I'm 2 points away. Hegemony fast picket. Oh, perfect, okay. If I can just kill these guys. They just used emergency burn, too. Oh, the only problem is, hold on. No, I don't have the... That's right. I actually don't have the princess with me, so they can't identify me. I can just kill these guys, and that'll finish the Tritachyon quest line. Or the Tritachyon event. Hell yeah. Go get that nap buoy for me. Thank you. People talk about the Conquest and the Odyssey being underpowered or underused, but I think Yempha's heretical Prometheus Mark II is the only time I've seen anyone use one of those. Oh, really? I mean, the Prometheus Mark II has some fun weapon mounts. It's just that it's like... Like, for 30 deployment points, it's good. It's just that as a capital ship, it's got, like, light ordnance points. And then also it's got the civilian Great Hall mod, which is annoying. So I find it kind of annoying to try and outfit, but it is good for its cost. At least I think so. I don't know, because it is kind of... It's not really fast enough to avoid a Radiant, but it doesn't have the raw power of an Onslaught. So, where are... Look at this shit. What are you doing? This is the problem with escort orders, and I've made a suggestion to change this. They drive, it's like it has like 2,000 range, and it just drives right up to the enemy. So, for example, if this was like a Tempest or an Omen, this would make sense, because it's going to distract the enemy and then run behind. But for like a Manticore or a Sunder, this is absolutely terrible behavior. And so my suggestion was that it should be tied to the officer's personality. An aggressive officer should do this, but if I give it a steady or a cautious personality, then the officer should sit beside me and actually take advantage of its range. Like, what's the point of giving it escort package if it's just going to suicide charge? Like, come on. Dragonfire. If I just if I fire the dragons, then it doesn't even matter, I guess. Shrike me up. Yeah, that thing has no armor, so... Yeah, the Shrike, I like the Shrike, but the armor is made of paper. So auto lances are going to melt right through it. You know what? Go kill that. That's fine. You'll be fine. Escort front and escort side when. Yeah, I think that should just be down to officer personality. Like, a cautious officer, if you assign it as an escort, it would make sense that it would not charge at the enemy. That just makes sense. We're going full throttle, baby. I can shoot at the enemy and have the zero flux boost. It's so good, it feels like cheating. But no. It's just my executive officer. Auto lances. So long, and farewell. Pausing the stream to go get pizza, see you later? Well, have a good pizza. Get him. Zip zap is up. Pursue. That does it, yes. Huh. Apparently, that's in the simulator. Well, that's news to me. So if I go simulation tritachyon... Nope, it's not here. Civilian? There it is. And that ends that. We do have to deal with these guys. These guys are still coming after us, but Tritachyon is over. Guys, it's time for the Tritachyon is over party. Let's go cut a deal with them, get some accessibility, yeah? Sounds like a plan. I remember the old Merv with the Conquest, what a fun time. Yeah, I think it's good that it got nerfed, though. It was kind of... It just kind of destroyed everything, really. Although, I think the Merv, I will say, reducing the projectiles from 9 down to 7, that doesn't just reduce the damage, it also reduces the total hit points. And I feel like the Merv struggles a bit with getting through point defense now. Which, if it was like a cheaper missile, that would be fine, but it costs 25 ordnance points. I think it might need a bit more missile hit points to compensate for the lost ordnance. I'm not sure about that, but that's kind of my gut feeling right now. Well, anyways, let's talk to the guy. Yep, confirm the deal. Imperium stand plus 24%. Yes. I like that. Very good. Colony Crisis. +1 from blowback, but I think it's going to reset to 0 once it's going to take a month, but it's going to realize that there's nobody triggering the Colony Crisis, so it's going to reset to 0. We never even hit 300. And we've gotten through all of them except for the Sindrian Dictat. Because we haven't built any fuel production yet. But, so there's... When it comes to the Sindrian Dictat, you've got two options. You can either wait for them to send a fleet and blow it up, or you can cut a deal. To avoid that, you can cut a deal with the Sindrian Dictat, where you give them, like, a big chunk of your fuel profits. Now, obviously we're not going to do that, because I want the money. But by the time we actually get to the point where we're producing fuel, by that point, my fleet is going to be filled out, so I'm just going to have no problem blowing them up. Although, since I've done a mostly pacifist route, or about as close to pacifist as I can get, I am tempted to cut a deal with them, just to keep that theme going. Yep, 3 days left. Yeah, let me just check. I want to see how much it's producing. Yeah, the true diplomacy run. The one thing I find to do on a PEG is go all in on Pylum spam. Like, by any reasonable standard, it's bad, but for some reason a lot of AI splits just respect the Pylum swarm anyway. I think that's just true in general. So I put, my latest Invictus build, I put Pylums on the large missile slots, and I've got to say, when the enemy sees that there's Pylums that are hit their second stage and are coming in, they always seem to overload. Like, they don't just drop their shields and tank the Pylums. They'll keep their shields up and eat a barrage of kinetic projectiles. It really does make it easier. Like, Pylums just seem to make it way easier to overload enemies. What's our output? Oh, it is 10. Well, would you look at that? Yeah, no story points required. Just an alpha core and an admin with +2. We're probably, yeah, we're leading the sector now. 231% access with 10 being produced. Yeah. We got that market share. Look, we're at 253,000 credits, and that's with the 20% penalty from being at 4 stability. When this finishes upgrading, this money is going to be big. It's going to be a very big number. But the thing is, I don't actually need the alpha core here then. So what I can do is manage the alpha core, drop it, because you want to put when you start a cryo revival facility, you always want to put an alpha core in it because it doubles the population bonus. Right, and as a side effect, alpha cores, just like the other cores, reduce demand by 1. So you really only need 9 organics anyways, if you want to do the cryosleeper, which I do. Give me that fuel. Time to go shopping? I think I'm just going to start the next colony. I'm going to use my money to start the next colony. So we're not really shopping, we're just expanding. Expanding aggressively. I've only got 95 Marines, but they are pretty elite. Look at that, plus 62%. I think it caps out at 100%. If I'm not mistaken. Oh, do I have more administrators? No. I'm going to need to hire more. Damn it. Okay. Give me admin, please. Look at Stan. Look at Stan. Stan is Amazon now. Planet shopping. Yeah, I guess we want to look at it that way. What? A new find, he says. Blueprint. Cobra. If I were very high. Wait, this guy. Wait a minute. This guy is apparently more important to the pirates than like Ryan is to Tritachyon, because he's only high priority. So we've got very high with Elotic Path, We've got high with the Independents, we've got high with Tritachyon, and very high with Pirates. And he's at my own colony. Alright, not bad. Type Underworld. Military, which is probably... I don't know if I'm actually going to be taking those, but, oh well. Military, and trade, Underworld. Okay, so that blueprint, I'm probably not going to go grab that for now. Cobra Wing. I mean, I could grab Herons and load up Triple Cobra. That's always funny. They don't hit often, but when they do, they tend to kill whatever they were aiming at. So this system, how far is the gate? Another 291 days. I guess I'll just go to Alpha Easton. And then I'll back up to the black hole. Okay. For now, I'll probably... I don't really want to use an Alpha Core admin. I prefer if humans are in charge. At least for now. Because I guess in the future I'll probably cave and just start spamming Alpha Cores. But you know, first I've got to get a bunch of Alpha Cores if I want to do that. Can print any ship or weapon you wish under 1 million credits. Oh, yeah, I guess that's something that, yeah, Underworld contacts can do that for you. Well, let's go look for an admin. Alright, what did we get? Yeah. Man. Beaufort was quite the disappointment. Like, Sugandese, beautiful. We got tons of blueprints. We got multiple colony items. Beaufort, 1 Alpha Core, 2 blueprints. That's a shame. No, we're looking for No, we're looking for admins. Would Stanley let a Tritachyon product run a League world? Of course not. Oh. No, that's the admin. Freelance admin. That's good enough. It's better than nothing. We'll go with that. Okay, yeah. We'll just take that. No, we can get somebody else with industrial planning later. But like it's probably better that we don't have it right now because the industrial planning on a small colony isn't worth the extra salary. It's not until the planet gets bigger. It's a League AI. Yeah, let's just make our own AI. From scratch. You know, forget Tritachyon, I'll make my own AI. With blackjack and hookers. You know what? Forget the AI. Okay. Here. So we right-click there. We go back up to the black hole, and then we jump. Gotta initiate a super warp. Maybe the AI swears fealty to the League. They swear fealty to whoever. You can't trust what they say. That's what the loyalty device is for. It will be a train from a League of Legends. Uh-huh. Let's see. Yeah, I think the far one I'm going to put the comm relay. I don't have transphotonics. Right. You know what? I'm sure that once I get the colony set up, some independent will build a comm relay or something. They usually do that. The gate's not going to arrive for a little while. No reason we can't get started now. Third AI War joined the chat. You know, I do think the Persian League was on Tritachion's side in the first AI War. The second one, though, I don't think they really did anything. They kind of were more of an observer, if I remember the lore correctly. Apparently I never explored those ruins, huh? Okay, well, let's get this started. What should I call this place? Alright, let's take some... You know what, let's take some suggestions in chat and we'll hold a vote. Because I've already used up, like, New Volturn. I've already used up Beaufort and Sugandese. Right? And if we keep the pattern going, then I'm going to use D's Nuts jokes for tech mining. Serbia, because it's cold. You know what? New Serbia, because it's in space. I'm going to save Sokon for the next tech mining colony. Stalingrad. Alright, so we've got... It's like Stalingrad, but Stan. I get it. Rock and stone. Let's go with that. It's the People's Choice Award. It seems that there's one in particular that's a favorite. It's okay, Serbia doesn't exist. Bosnia made it up as a joke. Damn. Man, I wish Serbia was real. Let's see some generated names. Eluruk, Bulin, Hyaujino, Arcaration, Volutering Bandor, Apple, Dare, Morgan, Freeman, Zulmudadi, Means, Venus, Vigreem, Maroc, Obama, Moss, Toyol. Alright, I'm going to end the poll because it said 69%. Yeah, we're going Stalingrad. Confirm. I love Star Sector, man. I wish stars were real. Same. But we all know that we live on a flat disk and the stars are actually just holes in the dome above us. Calling a planet Maroc is great. Okay, I arrived at my job. Hi, chat. Welcome back, dwarf. What am I going to start with? Do I just go straight for the... I mean, it is already making money just by existing. It does have that going for it. Let's get that stability up by assigning you. There we go. We'll fix the comm relay soon enough. Yeah, I think we go straight for the cryo revival facility. Okay. Drop that off. Still not enough, eh? I guess so. We'll have to wait a little bit. We need, how much more crew? 100. It is time to make Stalingrad great again, comrade. Ohio, more like New-Hio. I just got here. How goes the leaguing? Pretty good. We've expanded the league. We've expanded aggressively. We've got New Volturn, Stanistan, Stalingrad. You know what? If we should just make all of them start with the word Stan. We should rebrand New Volturn. But I'm not sure what. Stanistan and Stalingrad are both pretty good. Offshore tax haven world. Oh, that's good. New Ohio. The O is silent. New Ohio, yes. Stan sector, of course. Stanton. Stanton! Of course, that's like a real... Wait, that's like a real name. Alright, we'll call it New Stanton, though. So it sounds fancier. And it stands out because it's the first one. Alright, so we've got New Stanton. We've got Stanistan, Stalingrad, New Stanton, Stantopia, Stanville. Right, see, if you put Stan for all of them, it kind of like... They roll off the top. Like, you can go one after the other, after the other, after the other. It sounds nice. And then, of course, the ones that aren't going to be named Stan are going to be the ones that are specifically tech mining operations that we're going to abandon eventually. And those ones are all going to be like Beaufort, Saucon, Sugandese, because all of them are nuts. New Stanton. Stanopetrovsk. Constantinople. New Constantinople. It's got Stan right in it. Stanislav. My name is Lance Stanstrong. It really stands out now. It sure does. Yeah, it sure is. Like, wait 9 days. It's already... The space, it's got 0% accessibility. The spaceport isn't even finished. It's already growing. And that's the power of the Home Depot. Actually, what? Okay, so if I type Constantinople, what if I go Constantin? Right? You know what I mean? Yeah, I think that's good. Look at that, 330,000. I mean, if this was actually a good planning, it'd be up in the 400,000s. But I'm missing something, which is the Dealmaker Holo Suite. If I had that, this would be like at like 450,000 or something. But alas, it is what it is. now that we're making big cash of money, we can actually afford to already... Scattered Ruins is no good for tech mining. There's no point in going farming first, because we've already cut a deal with the church, and we're going to get our growth from the Cryo Revival facility anyways. So I think we're going to go mining. Because it's cheap, low maintenance, makes it profitable right off the bat. No crew. Could use a little more crew. Just a little bit more. Not a lot more. Just a little bit more. 3 days. June 12th. Oh good, the war ended. There was a war? Kazakhstan. More like Stazikstan. Stan Kazakh. Istanbul. Okay, there we go. So now, we go, okay, look at this. It's missing 1, right? We assign AI core, boom. Brings the demand down to 9. And also, the alpha core doubles the effect of the Cryo Revival facility. We could spend story points to, like, triple it, to boost it even further, but since it's temporary, I don't really want to do that. Yeah, I don't really want to do that. And if I wait until my next paycheck, I should be able to start upgrading the spaceport to a megaport. Stangolia. Perhaps the next one. And Antarctica, like our Antarctica, but Stan. Now, if we look at agreements, look at this. Persian League Commission, Luddic Church Immigration, Persian League Membership. Yeah, okay, this is part... No, wait, this doesn't get to... This is not factored into the numbers shown next to the colonies. If I remember correctly. Tratakian Strategic Partnership. We could add more to this. But we're probably not going to. When are you planning on stopping? That's a good question. I think we're probably going to go on a rampage in the core worlds. Which is bad for profits because it does kill all of your customers. But I think we're going to build... Well, no, because we're going to leave the Persian League alive. And even though we're technically part of the Persian League, yeah, I think that's going to work. Now, how am I going to achieve that? I don't want to piss off the Persian League themselves because I'm part of it. So I think what we're going to have to do is going to have to repeatedly raid planets until they decivilize. And try and depopulate the other factions until it's only the Persian League. I don't know if I'll carry that through all the way to the end, but... Well, we'll try to eliminate at least one faction. Now, let me check my blueprints. I might have... some troop transports. Because if I can just build revenants, that would be great. I'm gonna go by size, right? If I have the blueprint for that, that'd be awesome. No. I do have the Valkyrie, though, so I can at least build that. Not quite as efficient, but it'll still do the job. Might as well mass buy Marines and Valkyrie. Well, no, we've got to build up the colonies first. Get the money for that. Yeah. Because when this finishes, it's going to be plus 60 population growth. If we're at 3% now, off of 9, this is going to go up to like 18% or something. It's kind of ridiculous. Alright. I guess we'll persuade... Yeah, we're persuading the hegemony plants to join the League instead of the other way around. Depending on your point of view. That could be one way of looking at it. Well, regardless, I think it's been about 5 hours, and I think that's been a lot of progress. We finally have like a proper midline fleet by trading out the Princess for the Pegasus. We've got a ton of colonies. Everything's going according to plan. We finished all of the colony crisis except for the Diktat. I guess the meter's just going to sit there. I wonder what happens if I escalate the crisis. Hold on. Because there's nobody there. There's nothing... Let's test this out before I go. Escalate. What happens? Nothing. It just goes up to 550, but there's nothing there. Well, I'm not going to spend my strike point on that. I want to hold on to those. But, yeah, because nothing is going to trigger here because I've already bypassed the pirates. And nothing's going to trigger here because all of the colony crises are resolved. Why fight your way through? You can just not do that. Well, in any case. Yeah, I think that's a good place to call it. I thank you all for showing up. I hope you had a good time. I'll see you on Sunday. I think we'll pick it up on Sunday. Lobter.